Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は97日目です。It is day 97. Yesterday is probably one of the most derailed day since we started this whole journey. So we're gonna play a little bit of catch up, starting by trying to make up for starting about 2 hours later. Trying to recover. It was a little bit late. Had to cut the Spanish session short, about half of it. I'm gonna try to play catch up. And also today, there's a double stack. I'm not sure which stack is it, but we have a double stack here because we are coming off of the fallout, right, of peak day. And usually there wouldn't be another double stack. However, I think this might be close to the stack for burns coming up. So we're getting to that point. And I really have to decide. I haven't reached this point yet. So I'm trying to decide if I want to spot resurrect on a case by case basis. So as things, I would have to ask myself, is this familiar enough? If not, I might actually tentatively and in real time throw it back in as I'm going to practice my due diligence, but we'll see. Because that question is quickly approaching. So yesterday's error was not so much an error, but more of a double check typo. So Hatsuon, right? Hatsuon. Not much to write about. Let's go right in. And since yesterday was aftermath, where we were more doing our due diligence, so I wasn't really marking down any particular the ones that were review that weren't novel were okay largely. All right, so let's get into our review. Gotta steer the course today. Diligence. Be a long one today. Okay.
Kimaru.
Naru. Kakeru. Alright, so lack plus ki plus 2. I think it's kakeru. How do we phrase this? We lack something? That doesn't seem... No. We lack something. Kakeru. So we're lacking a car, right? And the car is... It is to lack, but it's also to get chipped, I think. Because I'm thinking of a car getting chipped. That's kind of my thing. So that's kind of weak. It's kind of weak.
かける
It's still to be lacking. Okay. I suppose to lack would be blocked for transitive. And this one kind of bucks at the versus a. Be lacking. It's okay with to be lacking. Bamboo. The answer, right? So Kai Kota? Koe? Kai Koe? No. Kota? Kai Kota? Kai Kota? Wait. No. This is something else. This is new because I don't have an Kota is Kun, right? If you have an answer, I'll take you to Tokyo. Tokyo. Kaito.
回答
That one's kind of weak. Let's add that to the list. I honestly don't remember what I'm using for Kaito. Or for Kai. It's time, but occurrence is probably... It's occurrence plus answer, which is a response or reply. And we have Kai on plus to, which is an on. Probably the weak one because that's new. That's our only instance of to for that read. And then okay. There is a freebie. Nick. I just want to say B right off the bat, right? Bijin is our prototypic word now for this one. For now. Let's go.
使う
Ending. Jujitsu. That's matter or thing. Matter or thing. And truth. So a matter, thing, or truth is or thing. Still truth? Or finding the truth? Wait. Could this be experiment? No. I might be thinking too far into this. Alright, so let's write this down too. So it's not thing is what they're using. They might be using thing. We'll just say thing / matter plus truth. Oh. So let's go with Jitsu. Wait. Two of something, right? Two of... What would G be? And what am I thinking? Real thing. Truth of the matter. Definitely Jujitsu. Jujitsu. If something is true, I mean it's still true, but I think they used a different word. What is true? It's a fact. Right? It's a fact.
Jijitsu.
Jujitsu.
医者
Was it here or listen? I'm pretty sure it was here, right? They used. I added listen. Ear through the gate. Hotondo. Almost. Hotondo is almost, or almost everything. I don't even think almost everything is something. We'll go with most. Mostly. I feel like there's gonna be a time I'm gonna type almost everything. Okay. Give me them freebies. So, learn. Oh, wait. Pending. I was thinking mirai immediately for future, but oh jeez. It's it? Nope. No way to mess this up, right?
未決
Okay, this was accept to take, but it's still closer to take something, right? To take possession of something. If I wrote to take possession of something, I think that will be marked incorrect. So, first step is What am I accepting? A little bit weak. Off of Ukedu, right? Ukedu is to... No. Oh, it's off of education. To receive something, right? Ukeru. Education. Uni. This is uketoru.
受け取る
It's fact. Did I add study? I most certainly did. Did I add listen? I most certainly did. Okay. I'm gonna do to take something. Differentiate a little bit from ukeru. Shimu. Wait. To enjoy something? To have fun. Right. I think those are the two ones we get for this. They come up, so that's fine. Do your
重要楽しむ
nori.
台所
台所 to be reflected, right? And how does one to be reflected? And I think this was added at the very end as we completed. Oh no, maybe not. What is being pretty sure. This is new. Haru no. Haru no. Definitely multiple. Huh. don't know. What? Okay. No blank. So reflect. Us do. Guessing is to be reflected. That's like oh, could be like presentation. I have no idea. A is onyomi. Wait, no. All my examples are. Oh, I know what this is. So hold up. The to be reflected is not quite. It's something like to be. Oh no, it's to be reflected. It's like to be photographed, right? To be photographed. So we're gonna say equals to be photographed. Actually, so we take to be reflected, then we go to be photographed, which equals to be reflected, which equals utsuru. Yeah.
映る
Yeah. That took forever. Do I have peace and harmony? Did I add harmony? I did not. Okay. And then most of the use was for Japanese style, actually. Okay, they said essential. I think we have two: essential, important, or necessary. Okay. Express. These are questionable. So express is yo, right? Pretty sure express is hot pure. Which is to express a departure announcement.
発表
Yo, be sold. Announcement. Kitchen. Kioskete. Kioskete. Which heard plenty of times yesterday.
気をつけて
Kioskete. All degree, that's high level or altitude. Essa. Viet.
次
Hold on.
コード
売れる
売れる
Picture. Standpoint. Tachiba.
立場
Tachiba. Tachiba. Heya.
部屋
Essa.
今朝
Real.
出会う
Uma.
馬
Did I have to add ocean? No. Okay. For this one.
海
Umi. This is using shu because it's a person. So. Gosu.
投手
Oh shoot. This is to throw against, throw towards, or throw at. Right. And no changes. So wait. Actually there is change. What is being tossed? Oh nah. I don't even know what the na is supposed to be. Fine. Nugget. It's geru. Yeah, nugget. Geru.
投げつける
Bangumi.
番組
Attach close. The neighborhood bill. Can't tell you how many neighborhoods we have. Or expression of closeness. How does this? Or no wait. Close. Attach would be tsu. Oh no, it's not tsu. Skiing? That seems... Tsu is kun. I don't know if... Alright. I think this is supposed to be So match plus near equals I'll go with 2 is definitely kun. Maybe there's something else. I think keen is. Oh wait, what? No. Yeah. Keen on, and we're saying neighborhood, right? Oh wait, no, that's neighborhood, but it's not Sue. Sue is kun. Oh, this is special. This one, well, it's not really special. I think just that it's the example that we do not have too often. But who? In. How do I remember who? Oh, fools. Yeah, fools are in the neighborhood. That's right. Everyone around, including yourself. This one was to encounter by chance, right? To meet by chance. In
付近
keen. Accept a test is taking a test. Yeah, I immediately think taking a test. So if taking a test is acceptable, I think I'm gonna add it. Or taking an exam. And what are you taking? That's cool. No. Except that's to, yeah, to can. What's can?
受験
Okay, so this is tag and fuda, right? Fuda is useful because now we have 2 reminders of fuda. Tree, umbrella, fuda. Because you're a fool, duh. Yeah, fuda. Okay, yeah. So tag. Yeah, here it is. Bango. Bango fuda.
番号札
To descend. Kudaru? Oh no, kudaru.
下る
Basho. The neck. The heck is the left thing? Oh, this is radical. Ain't no way it's Bukubi. Oh. Oh, it could be Bukubi. No, that sounds weak. By the neck, right? Neck supports everything. We don't have an onyomi for it's the shoot thing. So when you need a radical, you just press the button. It comes down the radical shoot. So Ushu. Basho. Okay.
楽しみ
Sashimi. This is still Uda.
札
Looking forward to. Do I have to go down? Oh, they have to go down. Okay. Does tech matter or did I add matter? Oh, okay. Matter occurrence. Okay. All right. X. Exit. Exit departure. Departure. Exit departure. What else could it be? Exit departure. A leave? It could be leave. Which is the same. I'm not sure if I added leave, but we'll stick to departure. And this is different too. I made a mistake on this. That's why it's coming up. I've got to shorten. And or maybe I haven't. And then Rendaku. Because that's Patsu, right? So Patsu. Shoot, Patsu.
出発
I think I'm fine on this. I was hyper aware of heckin' Hatsu. Corner, degree, angle. Return occurrence. is still a response, right? Return occurrence, response, reply. NG.
返事
Most. Ears, folding stool, side. Research facility. Or laboratory. Was the ya the laboratory? Or yeah, the ya was the laboratory. Okay. So N U not yeah, sorry, shitsu. N U shitsu.
研究室
Okay.
向け
Kudo?
角度
Hakudo. Departure. Leave? Did I add leave? I did not add leave. That could be something. Going right. Oh, return occurrence. This is to substitute or way to change something. How does this differ from transform? So this is bakasu, right? To change something. Ooh. Oh no. No. This is different. So change something or change into something. It's neither. It's not this. But it is bakasu. And that's to change someone's like mind, sort of. So that's to bewitch. I wonder what to sway is. Huh. Oh boy. Umizakana.
海魚
That's a sore spot. Decision. Determine decision. So this is either determination or decision. Ooh. So kete. Pretty sure. Kete. Yeah. It wouldn't sit right to say ketsute. Oops.
決定
Eh. So is truth a special one? It could be a special one where it's just jitsu. Because truth sounds very, very special. Not a great reason. What else? What else could it be? I don't got a coon. It's special.
実
It's Dai works here, right?
次第
Dai.
バカ数
Akatsu. I screwed this up. Right? Enter location. Oh, this is the entrance. So Ryo New Ryo Ne? New Gyo. New wait. Ba. Not ba. New Gyo. No. Sun enclosure. Old. Oh. Oops. So we have enter plus location. Entrance. We have new for the own. Or no, Ju. Wait. Yeah, new. Drawing a blank on the Onyomi. Who do you? You. Kyo. Who do you? Huh. Oh. Wait. This is not enclosure. It's sun, ground, anywhere in the dirt, any location. It's good. Joel. Joe. Joe. So, Joe. right? Nyujo. So what are we saying? Entrance? That's kind of weak. Kind of weak. Specifically Jo. Keep thinking of Ba. Why do I think of Ba? Oh, and the right hand is supposed to be easy, not enclosure. Right? Yes.
New場
Self-decision. Oh, this is the bad one. Right. Forehand, determine.
重い
Omoi.
自決
Getsu. Majiwaru. Right. Okay.
予定
Yote. Okay. Sure.
交わる
Majiwaru. Use the sky. Sky use. Heaven use. Talent? Was it talent? Oh, no. This is angel. What am I doing? It's angel. No. Something that's bitter. Bitter tasting. I immediately went to Kurui. Off of Kurushi. But no, this one is just gonna suck every time. Knee guards, right? Knee guards. How does knee guards have to do with bitter? Oh, it was so bitter that you fell over and hit your knees. Knee guard. Nigai.
苦い
Kotae.
答え
高さ
Akasa. Raksho. Yeah, Raksho works.
楽勝
Raksho. Um. Mm, temporarily? Not quite temporarily, right? Could be temporarily. Not quite. Supposingly, or if. Supposing if you can carry this. Could you carry this if you can? Or something like that. Um... Why am I drawing a blank on the onumi for you? Ooh, Tengu? First inclination is to say it's good. No. Slenderman in X. Sheep. But what am I using the sheep for? Oh, a leader? Yeah, I'm not thinking of Slenderman. I'm thinking of leader. Tenshi. That's kind of weak. What's weak about this? The use. We have heaven plus use, which is angel and plus she, and the weak one is she.
Tenshi
And she, huh. It's not Ka. Oh, this one's gonna be tough for a while. Okay, if, suppose. Oh, yeah. Karini. Right, karini. Carry.
仮に
Truth testing experiment. And you can. Oh wait, not Biken. Tsuken, Biken. What? That seems okay, right? Jitsuken, Biken.
Jikken.
And was this? Oh no. Yeesh. What is the difference between get up? I think they just go with wake up, right? As opposed to get up. I think I added get up. Yeah, oh, I added quite a few things. Oh, trucking along. This is exactly.
ちょうど
あそこ. To return something, right? So what am I returning? R? Oh, I'm returning. No, wait. That's the egg thing. Oh, wait. But I'm still returning an egg. Kaisu. Yeah. Right. Kaisu.
返す。
一番.
1番。
Truth? Power. Oh, true power. Ryoku, for sure. Ryoku? Oh, no. 出力. 実力? Jitsu yoku. You can. This was from yesterday. Yeah, I don't have any reads on the left, and it has to be that, right?
実力。
Ryoku. Alright, this is Honestly, um, honestly, I'm not sure if I added. So bitter would be the safe one, right? Bitter would be safe, or no, bitter wouldn't be safe. It's ku. That doesn't quite help. It's suffering. Oh, I added bitter or toil. What's the ku thing? Cookie? Ooh. Okay. A little weak. The next table of contents. Wait.
弱虫
弱虫.
Shio
塩. Okay. Hold. Meiji sounds Mitsuki? No. No? Right? No? Meiji. No, wait. X. This read is weak. Alright, let's add it to another pile. So because it's an I part, right? So I next table of contents. So what am I thinking? Me? Cocoon. Oh, Mokuji. It could be Mokuji. Moku for the own was the own Mokuji. Kuji.
目次
Yep. Okay. Always worth typing it out. Going through the ropes. Okay. Okay.
弱々しい
Ayawashi. Alright, this one's different too, right? Request. Okay, so C and what the heck do I use? Okay, this is Ken. Right.
発見 番号
Tango
通り
Ori. Or application. Tosu.
通す
Tosu. 支える Business, right? Oh, wait. I immediately leaned on carry. How does un fit into this? Umbrella? Yeah, umbrella. Yep. Un kan
10分間支える
asaru. Halfway through, man. Kaiju? Heavy body heavy. Kaiju. Heavy body. Main. We could use main heavy. What else could we use for this? Definitely Taiju. Oh. How heavy is a body? How heavy is a body? So, this is new. Taiju.
体重
Weight. Hikari. Oh, Akari. Whoops. Oh no. One moment of Oshie?
Oshie.
Now it's all downhill from here. It's all downhill from here. No, no, nope, nope. That's BS. Weight and body weight are implicit. That's BS. It was marked wrong because I didn't add body to it. That is BS.
Idai.
Right. Horse. Ryoku. Horse Ryoku. Ryoku. Yeah, it's all downhill from here. Oh, Bariki. Yeah, it's all downhill from here now. All this stuff is so triggered after weight. That definitely grinds my gears. Let's see. Mix substitution. So a substitution, right? Or a change. Yeah, the substitute as in substituting. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm still so triggered by weight. Get thrown off so hard. Absolutely disgusting how terrible that feeling is. Okay. Take some time. So mix substitute is just a substitute, no? To change substitution. Oh, tight.
交代。
Oh, tight. And what was it? Wait, no. It's Osowazu. Osowazu. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm so triggered now. It's all downhill from here. It's triggering all over the place. So what was I thinking about when I said Oso? It was something about learning. And that one was, that's supposed to be Omo. Sunday is going pretty well. Yeah, Omowazu is the unintentional thing, right? And I'm thinking of something else that requires also. It's probably Osowaru for teaching or to be taught something. You know? How are you doing? How's your day so far? I had a late start today. This is still part. Bubun.
部分
Bubun. Akari.
明かり
Yep, this ticks me off. This is what caused everything to derail. That is unacceptable. That synonym is unacceptable. Hmm.
答える
答える
思わず
思わず Sando. Oh, it's both, right? Yamamichi.
山道 馬力
Viki. That one's on me after being tilted. The side with the heart, determination. Oh, it says ke shin. Etsushin is not so hot.
Kesshin
Keshin. Wait. What the heck was this supposed to be? Late early start, like 7. You wanted to get up later, but couldn't fall back asleep. Bowling. Oh yeah, that's right. Bowling last night went well. You played 2 games, had 4 strikes total. Nice. But overall, just figuring out yourself today. You knew you would care about your ex seeing someone, but that's just you and your insecurities growing up, being protective and such. That's nice. I mean, that's both caring and, right? It has pros and cons. So today was rough, cried for the first time in like months, but it's the process and you're understanding that's fair enough. Yeah. And you gotta gotta stick by your guns, being committed to being happy for someone you care about. Steps. I have no idea what this. Oh, this is a coat rack. Right. Is that a coat rack? Coat rack, right? Okay. To attach something. It's good. Working through it here as well. I mean, oops.
つく
Public office. So it's not, we're not using jo. I still don't understand why I'm using ba more than jo. Is there both? Alright, so this is yak, yakjo, yakjo. Or is it yakba? Probably yakba. I still don't understand why. I don't remember other than it just is. Yeah, you know, we talked about it yesterday and you told her you want her to be happy with or without you, and she's like you're the last person you wanted to hurt. Yeah, but in the end you'll be okay. Thanks. You feel like these are hard to talk about, but thanks for making it a safe space here. Oh, sure. I hope you're also comfortable that a lot of these things are also, you know, something one can see in retrospect from other points of views and available to the public and whatnot. So it's quite a step. Know that it's incredibly, I would say it's an understatement to be brave about talking about things in a safe space that is kind of public. I imagine you're taking large strides as opposed to even the more privacy of one's own friend or a confidant, right? I don't understand why these are all buzz. Yeah, that sounds awful. Actually, I want to check. Yakuba.
Yakuba.
Yakuba. So, meaning, where the kanji, this is ba, just kunyomi, yeah. So these ones just happen to be kunyomi. Wait, are most of my stuff kunyomi? No, yakuba, bachiba, basho. Actually, they are. There are two for jo and 3 for ba. So this one's kind of 50-50 exposure. Okay. Kasho.
一箇所
Ikasho. It's not to attach. It's something else. It's to be attached. Oh my goodness. I really despise this. Is this blocked? Let's find out. It's not blocked. That's a WaniKani thing for you. Yeah, but you feel you meet someone in public and they talk about this, you think, man, they either were brave or went through a lot where they just want to share, they're oversharing. Well, that's kind of the idea, right? Going ham. Bravery, vulnerability breeds vulnerability. Open generosity, right? I'm most definitely quite exhausted from yesterday. talked about some pretty deep. I mean, I practiced some stuff that I was gonna mention in another 4 days. Took a while. Really great little shares and discussions and questions. Okay. This is discomfort. Okay, so 不自由
不自由
discomfort. Bundle. Yeah, the 100 days. The 100th day is going to be a review special as well. So people tend to ask very similar overlapping questions, right? And over time, I practice answering those questions, and then with practice answering those questions, I don't have to prepare anything to answer those questions. So one of the last questions I tried to answer yesterday at the end of Duolingo, well, we kind of just ended Duolingo with it, was the thoughts on if children learn language better than adults, or more, what are your thoughts on the conventional wisdom or the bias that comes from the debate around whether children or adults learn languages better, right? And it's a very, very multifaceted thing, but the way I typically approach controversial topics, or like maybe conventional versus modern objectivity or things like that, is you try to synthesize all the arguments that exist, like take all of them and ask yourself, can you explain all of those occurrences, and then can you refute all of them together? So you take, in order for me to assess a problem or like assess an idea, I would take all the possible angles that persist with a time or a people, right? And then can you explain or present a narrative that makes all of those statements true to some extent, or sufficient extent, and then try your best to tear that argument apart. So that's kind of what I try to do. So instead of going from an angle of someone suggesting that how can children be better at language learning when other people think adults have a potential higher than children, while at the same time make very cogent objective metrics that would point that children are able to learn language better, while pointing also that adults have the capacity and the potential to learn language better. So in order to do that, over time, from my experience and like reading people's comments and stuff, I think there's a far more agreeable way to say that it's both, actually. And that usually has to do with understanding the inconsistencies in metric, like what is the endpoint that are used in these studies or surveys or meta-analyses, how they're using to measure the output. So it really comes down to the methodology, in my opinion. The methodology is allowed to separate granularity between those who have supporting evidence or seemingly contrasting and opposing thoughts, but that's actually not quite the reality, right? Otherwise, these opposing thoughts would not coexist if one was truly. I mean, the cop-out answer would be it's too complicated right now. However, a thing about understanding the world around us and using observational thinking in order to spawn critical thinking and creative process is to challenge yourself to observe what is in front of you and then trying to explain all of it, and then go and test the rigors of that. So you do null hypothesis testing. You come up with something that fits as neatly as possible all the things that exist, as many things that exist, and then challenge it and see if there's any holes in them. So oftentimes when people ask questions, they ask ignoring the other side, or they ignore and do not reconcile to their opponents, right? So that's how debate works too. Like political debates and whatnot, effective debating and arguments deal with being able to demonstrate that you understand the nature of your opponent or all of your opponents' existing popular contrast, take them into account, frame them in a way that your argument also takes into consideration their arguments, and if it truly refutes that argument, then you are no longer challenged. Your current narrative would be unchallenged by the opponent. But in order to do that, you cannot simply write off and ignore that it is not true. You have to refute that it is not true. So oftentimes when people ask questions about learning strategies, it's often, oh, the other one is just untrue and mine is true. So here are all the evidence that support why my stance is true. That's confirmation bias. And pretending like there's no substantial support for your opponent is not a valid, it's a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy in order to support your own argument. And yesterday we had 3 digressions. The second digression is a great proof of concept for the third digression because it kind of bled into it, like informed it. And that's using confirmation bias as a way to simplify a solution to something. Solutions do not become more simple unless you ignore existing evidence. So for example, you can imbue and inject morality to rule out what occurs. For example, it's not right to do this, so therefore we do not consider the perspective of what exists. It's easy to come up with a solution when you ignore what is existing. So the cyclic argument here is, in order for someone to say, it is easy to fix this problem, make it so it doesn't happen. But it already exists and is happening. So your solution, your easy solution, is to pretend like it doesn't exist or it shouldn't exist. And that to me is capping growth, also reducing critical thinking capacity, and also very simple and fast. It's simple and fast, but also low effort, in my opinion, and unenlightened, right? So as I was presenting a separate perspective, I was agreeing with the perspective that that person was suggesting. Like, I wasn't disagreeing their logic. Their logic was sound. But then they terminated the argument, or whatever argument it is. It's a one-sided argument. They suggested that you would agree to disagree. And I'm like, I'm not even disagreeing with you. So agree to disagree when it's not a mutual disagreement is a dismissive intent. Like, I agree with everything that the person said. I'm introducing a different perspective, right? You are ruling out that perspective. And that's kind of what's happening with the whole, do children and adults learn like comparably or anything? Interestingly, but you agree with both. Kids don't have to unlearn things, but sometimes maybe they can't focus on something, whereas adults, you might have to unfocus and unlearn certain things if you, but either way, it just depends on the people. But yeah, this one better than the other. But I know, say someone learning a new language at a young age, they have some things they're familiar with and can learn a language maybe easier. That's just maybe. Okay, so there are a lot to unpack there. I kind of touch upon quite a bit of those things. So we have to think about the metrics, right? I might have said not quite in those words. However, when you say it depends, of course it depends, but that's saying it depends will obviously not contribute to any clarity in the matter. However, now when it comes to kids don't have to unlearn things, you're framing everything as though you have to unlearn something. So that is one angle. That is a very common angle as well, and that's an angle that I address by taking the opposite perspective or the opposing perspective. So instead of thinking about learning as destructive, kids are typically learning constructively. And then as an adult who is much older, they often think of learning as destructive before it is constructive, which I disagree with. So one of the essence of the disparity between evaluating what a kid's potential is in language learning versus an adult deals with the idea that, are you spending most time destructively trying to learn a specific way? And the root of that question is the prevailing trend of having adults behave like kids in order to acquire a language quicker. And that involves encouraging an adult to focus on unlearning things. That is not how I would suggest personally. That's not how I approach what an adult should do. You can leverage learning constructively like a kid while synergistically leveraging what makes you an adult. So there are things kids constructively do not have because it also entails them to be destructive. For example, a kid does not have the oversight of an adult. So when you were talking about focus, that plays into that, the focus thing. Focus is something that's prioritized by adults, gained from experience and wisdom. So due diligence, discipline, sources of motivation, maybe even competence, self-evaluation. Kids do not have that. They are in the process of constructive. So when someone says, do a kid have the potential to learn better than an adult? The answer is no. It is yes when there's adult oversight. So the things that make a successful language acquisition is present in the adult. It is some parts of the aspect is absent in the child. Now, when you rule that out, when you rule out the need for discipline, due diligence, obligation, and like guidance, right? Then kids will definitely be better at faster acquiring a language past only a certain point, to a certain point, right? Because they aren't doing all of those things. The adult does. There is an actual coincidental example of this. Social media, doom scrolling. There are fresh kids off the block who are now like 5 or 6 or 7, and social media has caused stunting in communication skills, regardless of if they're surrounded by a principal language or not. Their communication is just stunted. So without that, so now the question is, are kids better at learning a language? Well, if you step back and you're talking about the development of communication skills, it is rarely ever in the absence of adult oversight. Like, think about how crazy that is to suggest that kids learn better because you experimented. Let's say you do an experiment, right? The experiment is obligating the kids to a task that they cannot obligate themselves to in the first place. What is one of the most defining things about an adult versus a kid? Adult can choose to care and learn about a language. A kid does not. And ignoring that is very convenient to ascertain who can learn better. And one thing I really grinds my gears sometimes is the difference between talking about potential. Hello there. I see you might have changed your name again, maybe? Well, it's been a while, Benko. So one other thing, and it's an English thing, it's a scientific thing. Potential is not a synonym for sufficient. So when someone says is better, oftentimes when you're doing colloquialism, when they look at data, they're looking at better as a sufficient thing, but it measures potential. So for example, a sufficient thing tends to be an average. A potential thing tends to be a range. So when you're asking, is a child better than an adult? Oftentimes, these things are used as synonyms and they are misinterpreted, especially when they're reading scientific literature. A child might be consistently performing better than the average adult in achieving sufficient, or a lot of people call this fluency a lot of times, sufficient use of a language. But that's different from how the double standard of using the word better as in potential. By the nature of, you can't even stop a person from aging in this. It's part of the human condition. In order for one to reach their potential, that child has to become an adult. It's part of the adult aging process and accumulating the experience. So the range, if you're asking who's better at learning a language, an adult has the aspect and discipline and choice to become an expert. So if you're talking about better as in who has the better potential, a range, it's an adult, hands down, because it's illogical to assume a child has more potential than the child at a later age. Unless you're assuming, which some people suggest, what is the rebuttal against this range? A window. So there's one prevailing convention is that when you become an adult, you no longer have the potential anymore. So that's where the other conventional knowledge come into, where when adults are convinced they can no longer learn another language because they believe when you become an adult, your potential to learn a language drops. So like a kid's potential, right, is very consistent here. And then you could say the adult potential is consistently lower, which that's what people think about. And maybe the range is bigger. I'm using a box and a not drawn box and whisker plot. But an adult is more spurious because adults have different potentials and more variables, which is another can of worms. However, some people believe that this potential shrinks as one ages to the point where no matter how hard an adult tries, they have a lower potential than a kid. And that's where the whole, does adult learn languages worse than a kid? On average, it can be observed that adults, that's true. And this can also be true. But now we have to think about when and how these things are true, right? The first one, we'll take the kid's potential. The kid has to have adult supervision. So that creates the conundrum of what aptitude is the kid's potential to learn sufficient? I don't think it is. Personally, it's a challenge to sufficient. They are certainly better provided that adult supervision or adult oversight provides that. Because without adult supervision, which is really convenient now because of social media, is a wonderful way, it's a wonderful case study. In social media, when kids are left without adult supervision, that does not guarantee that they were sufficient in acquiring a language, despite being surrounded by that language. Couldn't say this 20 years ago, but definitely can say it now in the last 5 years. There's a wonderful way to rebuttal that kids without adult supervision and adult oversight, they do not have a sufficient potential to acquire a language accurately or like sufficiently so that they are fluent. So now this brings in a noise, which I'm not saying it refutes this. Both of these things are true. They are observable. Now you want to figure out what the narrative is that connects them. Now for the adult side of things, there's another thing that is absent that kids have. And that's interference. So what is that interference? Alternative obligations, alternative experiences, like all the things that you're talking about where they have to unlearn certain things so that they can focus on it, or they have lots of things going on, or they have fossilization and certain skills. So this creates interference of which kids do not have. So if you were comparing this potential with this potential, you have to remove or control for interference. Well, can you? You can't. Like, it's like, what are you going to do? Induce amnesia on the adults? But when you induce amnesia on the adults, would they be more considered kids now than adults? Right? So the fundamental question that identifies one as an adult and the fundamental characteristics that makes one a kid makes them so that you have to rule out these things in order to measure performance. And now we get into some simple things, or like, in my opinion, a bit more simple. When someone talks about like better, right? They talk about speed. Okay? They talk about speed. Actually, I should use my pen because I'm really terrible that mouse. The way I write in all caps makes it's like spamming. It's like playing Diablo on the screen. So better often refers to an output of speed. But the question about speed often deals with endpoint. What is your readout on your endpoint? Well, by the nature of being children and adults, right? There's a lapse in time. So at some point, children become adults regardless of where your experimental endpoint is. What is an experimental endpoint for a language? It's probably reaching a state of fluency, not a state of mastery. And more on that, some people would use this as a synonym in order to make it easier. Hey, there's the daily bot. Wow, they even use like weird little icons now to get bypass filters. Thank you, daily bot, reminding me I'm also live on Twitch. So in order to bypass, right, the qualifications for fluency, they would lump these together. Fluency equals mastery, which I do not agree, because an adult does not view is spurious when it comes to the idea of mastery and fluency, but they do have the concept of sufficiency. As in, do you command this language enough in order to sufficiently meet your needs? And rarely are they incentivized to a point of mastery. So now we're talking about better speed. So the endpoint, what is the endpoint? It's usually something that deals with fluency that is sufficient, right? Sufficient. So that's how people measure, oh, are children better than adults? This is provided that the endpoint is short enough that these children are still considered children, right? Because say it takes a child 18 years to be able to reach fluency. Like, I don't know, what is it, like a B2? 18 years. The adult is expected to use less than 18 years. Imagine an adult learning a language for 18 years at the consistency of a child. It's a no contest. In fact, adults don't even aim for fluency at that point. If they contribute 18 years, they're looking at a high potential of mastery. So the endpoints are different too. When there's a lower limit, there's an upper limit and lower limit problem. The lower limit is the minimum requirement for fluency. The upper limit, so this is a lower limit. The upper limit is age. So if you choose mastery, the way the endpoint is for an adult, so you have a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old, they're like, I want to become fluent in the language. What are they using as a common, statistically, what are they likely to evaluate as an end goal? Mastery. It's far less common to say fluency in the sense of being sufficient. It's usually they're using fluency in the sense of mastery. So they want to reach an endpoint that is not the same as a child. So when you're doing like comparative studies and whatnot, it's like, okay, so a child takes 18 years. When was the last time you find an adult contributing 18 years statistically that would say, yeah, I just want to learn the language to use it? In fact, actually, most adults consider 3 years a very long time. And not only that, we have to consider these are arbitrary numbers in terms of age, as in like age ranged time period. We have to consider time invested. So over these 18 years, a child would consider themselves as constitutively using learning the language. So 90%. We'll just say 90%. Maybe sleeping in cocoa melon and stuff. Let's just say that. Before social media, before like internet and stuff, 90%. So it is 90% of these 18 years. When adult goes 18 years, what do you think is the cautious dedication average across an adult's commitment to the year? I would give it 20%, maybe. Even the most dieharded, dedicated person, whatever adult is qualified. We didn't even try to qualify what the age range is of an adult. But I would say 20% of time. How much time am I committing to studying, like learning language in any method, not even like a quote children's method versus an adult method? It's half my time. And that's considered extraordinarily privileged. So you're suggesting that a child is somehow faster than an adult when the standards for an adult is nearly a fraction of the time children take to reach fluency in a language. So the idea, this consistent warping of reality is so weird to me, where someone would even does not sit down to even consider the idea that a kid spending and you're wondering like, well, it could be unfocused. It's like, yeah, because fast language acquisition and whatnot is under the supplied due diligence and discipline that an adult already has. A kid does not, so the kid doesn't have to do that. And then now you're thinking, well, formal education sucks at teaching another language. Yeah, when they're older and have decision makings. But then you're saying, okay, we should teach kids when they're younger. It's because you're obligating it. The kid doesn't have that ability, the adult does. So when you're saying, oh yeah, these kids learn really, really well when they're early on, you should expose them to multiple languages because they're really good at learning language. Yes, with adult supervision. If you let a kid go out into the world and immerse, right? Learn like a kid does, learn from context and learn from, they're completely unfocused. I would say an adult, no contest, an adult will reach a state faster than the kid without adult supervision, right? It's self-defeating. The argument, like the logic, is so self-defeating, it's unreal. Now, hear me out though, you can still glean from kids what they can use and how adults leverage. So going back to your statement about how adults might have to unfocus and unlearn certain things, they don't, in my opinion. When adults constantly look at trying to find the ideal mindset, and that involves bending to that mindset. So if you go around thinking that in order to children learn languages better, right, then yeah, of course you're gonna have to unlearn things. You're going to, like, you have to unlearn things because you're not a child. Meanwhile, all I'm thinking is, well, a child is not an adult. Why don't you challenge that? Why don't you challenge that hypothesis, right? You're only a child once, right? And when you're in a position to understand that you have to unlearn things to be a child again, a child doesn't decide like, I'm going to be an adult. They don't have a choice, right? So what's another way to think about this? Well, what do adults have that children do not have? They have discipline, focus, but these are a great way to frame them, but what is the same as discipline, focus, and experience? They have interference from all of these things. So like obligations, motivations, those motivations are far different from something that a child lacks. So instead of focusing on unlearning things, which you do, Curdle, you immediately suggested that the main focus is to be something you are not, as opposed to leveraging what you can do. So what are common as a antithesis to this whole thesis? What are the characteristics that make adults successful at acquiring a language? It's, in my opinion, many of those characteristics are actually absent in children, because adults are not children anymore. So while you're going around saying, oh yeah, we should learn or unlearn certain things, you can also at the same time do things as an adult that are advantageous. So when someone says, oh yeah, immersion is the way because it's about acting like a kid again, or learning a kid again, and then integrate CI because it's all about context, their context no longer serves the same thing. You need context for the context of this context, right? What is a context to a kid? Everything. What is the context for an adult? They have to be interested in it. In the context of learning language. And where is that context of learning a language incentivized? By an adult. So no, kids aren't empirically somehow more magical at acquiring a language on their own. You cannot remove the adult supervision from the kids. At some, it would be unethical to do that, right? Right? It would be unethical. However, that's where social media came in. I think my perspective has shifted quite a lot now because of technology and self-studying and all that. Social media has presented a wonderful coincidental, right? It's coincidental for now, and correlation is not causation, but the correlation of deficiency in communication, in developing communication, which often leads, if it's early enough, it leads to a deficiency in language learning. This is what I've been working on. In language learning, it correlates with the rise and exposure in social media in unsupervised children. Unsupervised. So we got to rewrite the script here, in my opinion, because now we're thinking, oh wait, the things that we were thinking about kids learning language well and picking up things really well, is that an aspect of being a kid, or is that an aspect of having adults informing kids? Because if the adult is informing the kid, then it is an aspect of being a kid that makes them better at language learning, not the aspect of the kid inherently, like the aptitude of the kid, because they don't have these things. The adults provide these things. So when you're asking, is formal education, so then you have other arguments, right? Some people say, oh, there's still value to formal education. And then at the same time, people say there's no value to formal education. So how can these two be true, have opinions, and people back these opinions at the same time? And one of the biggest difference is when were the samples collected. The ones that choose that there's no value in formal education chose a time, often a time when the subjects can make decisions. And then the ones that chose formal education is valuable is during the time when subjects require or sufficiently need adult supervision. So whenever you think about like when someone presents a case like, oh yeah, formal education is valuable, right? Because if you put a kid into a bilingual school, then they would pick up those two languages really, really quickly. Unlike an adult who chooses to choose a second language later in life where they can make the decision. So both of these statements are true when you take into account when in time. So yeah, they're neither wrong. Neither of these positions are wrong. Actually, most of those positions with enough clarity and resolution in understanding the methodology and sampling, they can present a cogent argument for all of their cases. That's how arguments work, or like narration and hypotheses work. You have and collect data for those. Now the question is, how do you discern and reconcile the discrepancy of some two seemingly contradictory statements when they both have substantially proper data supporting them? And that's the scientific method. This is how you publish a paper. You have to look at all your opponents, explain how they could be true, or how your data refutes their data with enough convincing data to change their thing. But in this case, this is all like corollary studies and like he said, she said, and anecdotal, non-double blind, and so, you know, random sampling. So these things have so many things in between that is not clarified to a standard audience or to a layman, that it's really actually comical to me that when someone is arguing with another person regarding this topic, if children can learn better, right, learn better than adults, they aren't even arguing with each other. They're stating facts and observations that are true to each other without understanding that they're actually not even disagreeing, because their parameters and their sampling and their timing don't even overlap with each other. They don't even use the same conditions. That's why scientific method exists, and why part of the scientific method is understanding methodology. Without methodology, you don't even know if you're comparing apples and oranges when you think you're comparing apples and apples and oranges and oranges. In this case, I have found that even my cursory understanding of linguistics and data and whatnot, I found that it is substantial enough to support nearly all of the conventional knowledge, and they all coexist on the internet, and they're all competing for indoctrinating and refuting other things. And yet, to me, there's a narrative that makes all of those existing things true. The data that supports the potential value of formal education is true. The data that supports the choosing of adult secondary language at a later age is true. But comparing them is not true. They are incomprehensibly complicated to the point where they cannot be compared. You could infer some of those things. And I think the vast majority of people enjoy doing that. They infer things. Like, oh, I've always thought as a kid, I picked up language really easily and effortlessly. Do you even remember as an adult how effortless it is? You think that going through 18 years of high school in order to speak high school English is the same as an adult thinking that in 4 years they would speak high school English? That is wild. That is a emotional bias, right? When was the last time you saw a video that said learn Japanese to fluency in 1 year? You think a child became fluent in 1 year? And then you're thinking, oh, this must be a crash course. So you spend like 8 hours a day studying each day. You don't think a child is doing that? Or more? They probably spend like 16 hours. Like whatever they do, they have to actively problem solve the thing. So what happens when you take that human, that adult, and boost it up to 16 hours of obligated interaction that has to be active and also has to be inquisitive, and also you have to have a friend or an adult that forces you to be obligated to learn. Then you can finally say if a child learns the language better than an adult. And what is a great evidence of this? The adults that behave like adults and leverage their skills, which most tools now tackle this problem. What is the common thing that both a child lacks and an adult has? Interference. And it's a basic human condition. So what are the most successful, like statistically more successful and most common denominator for most of language learning apps right now? Motivation, engagement. Where can you get these sources? For a child, adult obligation imposed on the child. Where do an adult get them? Entertainment, investment, cost, lifestyle. So now we get to the crux of, in my opinion, what is the greatest, what some of the more noticeable separation between a successful adult who acquires a second language versus a unsuccessful adult, and then a successful child acquiring languages versus an unsuccessful child. And the one thing that unifies them, that is fundamental to all of them, is a great example of comparing apples and apples. A much better example of apples. And this is ignoring all the other things. This is specifically talking about something that may be common between a child and an adult that requires two different perspectives. However, the most popular and relevant apps today for learning ends up being both those things at the same time. Duolingo, gamification, doom scrolling. So this is one of the, in my opinion, one of the few fundamental things that still exist between a child and an adult when it comes to being able to learn something. Now that's where it all falls apart though. Now, what's the next stage? How do we inform learning, right? How do we inform learning? Well, children have adults. That's because they don't have that yet. Adults, though, need informants, like informing. Why should I learn another language? How do I make time? How to make time to learn a language? Can I use it as part of my lifestyle? So one of the greatest and most significant, in my opinion, arguably, one of the most significant separations between someone who is successful as an adult and who isn't is how well does it fit into their lifestyle, their existing lifestyle, and their lifestyle to be. So now we get to the other controversial topic. Do you need to move to a country to be around native speakers and move to a country where you have access to native speakers in order to become native? The answer is yes and no, right? Because that's also a controversial topic in which people believe, no, you don't, as an adult. And at the same time, people say, yes, you do have to. Because then you won't use it, right? But that is where the clause qualifies both of these statements too. If you use it. And then, the fad now is, oh, but you need immersion, right? You need immersion to be active in things because that's how children learn. Well, adults choose when they want to use something and when they think context is relevant. Children don't. They really don't most of the time. Because it's under adult supervision in which something becomes relevant, right? They're exploring because nothing is relevant yet, so everything is relevant, as in they're trying to find something that is relevant. Adults know when their content is relevant or not. So now we get into some crazy stuff. So no, yes. Why do we have no, yes? Or we should listen to podcasts. We should do YouTube. We should read books. Listen to music. Well, that lies in question of the adults, right? You're talking to adults. You're building products for adults. You're not building products for children. Children are obligated. Formal schooling still has their value at an early age because it's an obligation of adult supervision without the parent needing to do it, right? That's the value of formal education. But when you get to college or post-high school, now you got some noise. Does college work? Yes and no. Does anything post-high school work? Yes and no. Does language learning work with all these methods? Yes and no. So what do you have when you have things that aren't Duolingo? Duolingo addresses a fundamental thing. So it's really popular because both kids and adults fundamentally will encounter uses for this early on. But the moment they become an adult, or in other words, when they maturate as a language learner, if you're not a kid, right? If you maturate as a language learner, the adults would seek specialized tools. And that's where the market is. That is where the money is for adult spenders. And when I mean by adult spenders, I'm talking about between the ages of the target. Gen Z is the target. in marketing strategies. So all of these things, they have different flavors. They're involved in content specific flavors because you choose what context is relevant to you. So when someone says, oh yeah, try out this new immersion app, it's like, well, does the immersion app produce content and context that is relevant to you, that you would use or choose to use, and it's part of your lifestyle? Because that is an adult question. It is not a child question. You can put Blue's Clues, SpongeBob, any form of things in front of them. If they can fulfill the fundamentals of engagement, they will slurp it up, right? Does that make them better at learning things? No, it does not. It makes them better at paying attention to the first thing that's provided that incorporates the engagement. Adults require that too, but they require it in different form factor. And that's why there's an endless pool, in my opinion, that also explains why everyone disagrees on, when you become an adult, disagrees on what is the thing, the context that is going to help you learn. Is it SRS? Some people think SRS and translation is not a context, but it is. Context is your native language for some people. So there's an argument for that. There are people who like to translate, and they continue to translate even despite being multilingual, right? Because they're adults, they choose the context of their relevance. So it says yes to all of those and no, again, to all of them. Does music work? Yes and no. Does YouTube work? Yes and no. Books? Yes and no. Do 3 things work for you and 4 things not work for you? Yes and no. Because adults have to start thinking like adults. If you think that following some one-step process and suddenly becoming a child and deciding to make a separate time to unlearn everything that you've done as an adult, I think you spend more time pretending like you're not an adult than actually using what you have. Make the context. You are an adult. You have so many motivations, so many things. If you like drawing and cooking, do it in your target language. If you like listening to sci-fi and learning about different planets and whatnot, use your target language to learn that. It becomes a part of your lifestyle. A child cannot do that. When you are younger, you are unable to do that. In fact, you are unable to, okay, you technically do it, but you are unable to conceptualize that because a child has to use the language in which they must acquire in order to do whatever they want to do. So that decision is already removed for them. They don't have to worry about that. As an adult, you do have to worry about that. So in the future, when I'm like summarizing and I'm thinking, what has all of this taught me as an adult learner who chose, and kids don't do this well, by the way. Adults can choose to self-study. Kids do not. And you might be thinking, well, you know, kids can have study halls and do their thing. Do you think they actually use self-study the same way that adults do? I don't think so. Like, for example, I was identified as a gifted person, and the things that kept me most active was with adult supervision. When you're giving me like study halls and nothing to do, then you become bored. That's what kids do. Kids become bored. And if you're still an adult thinking that you're bored, then you keep thinking like you're a kid. Because adults are hammered constantly with too many things to think about. Kids do not. So when you give adult free time and they choose to do something, they're going to probably do it incredibly well. But they don't have that time. And kids do, because adults provide that structure. So if you're thinking about thinking as a kid when you're learning a language, I think that's an incredible misinformation. So, or misrepresentation. I don't think it's misinformation. It's misrepresentation. So hear me out. What does an app look like for an adult versus, so we have Duolingo, right? And that does fairly well with kids and early stage adult learners. So what I mean by that is, in this case, Duolingo uses language, right? But you could substitute this with whatever app is popular about, like, I don't know, math, which coincidentally Duolingo is doing, and music, for example. And when you reach an early stage, most adults are like, yeah, you know, I can kind of feel the same as a kid. You know why? Because the kid is just as incompetent as the adult. That's by coincidence. So if an adult decided voluntarily to choose to embrace an early stage unskilled, untrained thing, it's actually a coincidence. It's not like you took the kid out of yourself all of a sudden by how you approach incompetence. To some extent, like we're talking about really early stages, but immediately kids will continue to do the incompetence thing, while an adult would almost immediately, after a very short period of time, unlike a kid, short period of time, will come to the realization that I'm not early. I need to find different ways to solve my incompetence, right? To become incompetent, to become competent as quickly as possible. So here is where I think the vast majority of people who go around thinking that immersion is goated and that you should like behave like a kid and think like a kid, where it falls. It still works though, right? This still works, because now you go here and you persist to be a kid. What is that? This is working, stick with it. This is working, stick with it. If you're committed as an adult and you commit your time and you're disciplined, you make the thing work. It will end up working. Now, we're talking about sufficiency, right? And it's probably not going to be Duolingo, because Duolingo doesn't cater to that type of thing. They solve the early stages that are common between kids and adults. But you would stick to, I don't know, like Anki or something. And at some point, you yourself have convinced yourself to behave like a kid and say it will work. That's how it works. Now, what would an adult do, and not someone who constantly thinking like a kid is the only solution? The adult would find 10% of their time looking at grammar. Because, you know, in this situation, I need some grammar. And then an adult would find 10% time and look for, I don't know, a native content that they enjoy, which ends up being specialized. So they will only really talk about that specialized vocabulary because they like that content. But that's what adults do. Like, for example, you'll know for surprisingly a lot about card games or something in the context of card games in your target language. Right? Then you start jostling 10% more here, 20% here, 30% here. Kids can't do that. Kids just hope that supervision gives you that. What is it? A great example from yesterday? Dreaming Spanish for Spanish learning. It is the early stages. It prescribes to you things, so it'll only work in the long run if you're not an independently thinking adult. An independently thinking adult would take what they learn from Dreaming Spanish and say, oh, yeah, I think all these foundational concepts are okay, but now I'm gonna go find my own content that I like, because the content that they have isn't interesting. The context is not interesting. These context doesn't motivate me to do anything. So eventually, most adults, the most, in my opinion, the more statistically likely significant improvement and whatnot is actually doing both. They stay relatively incompetent or persistently and consistently achieving a state of minor incompetence, comprehensible input, because they're seeking to learn to apply their target language. So the most characteristic endpoint of most successful adult language learners are people that will tell you, oh yeah, you know, I'm already past that stage. Right now I listen to my favorite podcast. They're Spanish speaker. It's like I listen to them every day. That's how it goes. It's like, oh guys, I've discovered a secret. I absolutely love Pokemon, and I just keep watching Pokemon in Japanese, and that's where it happened. So you get all your flavors because context is ironically, or for lack of a better word, context specific for an adult. It is, in my opinion, way not context specific for a kid. They don't even know what they like yet. Like, anything seems like they like it. An adult, if you're right now saying you're past the early stages, you reached a honeymoon period, and then you go online and ask someone, how do you continue to learn into late stage? And someone tells you, oh, just pretend to be like a kid. Just go and immerse yourself over and over again. In my opinion, that's misrepresentation. That's like saying, hey adult, you have great self-awareness and discipline. And if you're really well educated, for example, if you're well educated, just throw that into the garbage. Throw that into the garbage, because here's a hot take from someone who's incompetent, in my opinion, about psychology. Throw that in the garbage and just pretend like you're a kid and immerse in whatever everyone else is immersing in. Just go pick your favorite bandwagon app that is prescribing context for your context. In my opinion, very aggressive, I know, because instead of behaving like an adult, you decide to behave like a kid and ask other people to determine what you like. That is what a kid does. Like, a kid goes around and adults tell them what they might like, and then the kid might like it in the long run, right? An adult, what you tell the adult, in my opinion, if you want to do an adult supervision, is use your own experience. So if you're an expert, right? Use your own experience to determine if the expert that you're talking, like, that you don't have access to, likes the same things you do. Because the chances are whatever they're going to say is going to be super interesting, relevant to you, and you can form a healthier parasocial relationship while also not affecting your lifestyle. Like, not like significantly infecting your lifestyle. Because you're still continuing to do the things you like. You still continue to read and think in a different language the things you like. Alternatively, if you do have access to an expert, right? So if you are the expert now, and this is where I'm gonna overstep a little bit because I'm not an expert, but if you are an expert, you are in the position of telling and sharing all of your experiences in the hope that you inspire someone. Because if you're an expert going around saying, oh, here's the mechanical reasons why my language learning works, here's the mechanical reasons, and I believe this stuff is the most relevant type of content because mechanically it makes sense. I think that's a disservice. I think that is an incredibly myopic and negligent way of understanding how adults think. You're suggesting that you're going to treat all the adults like kids, which then leads to this perception of being a kid. Like, for example, here's one that I said myself personally, and now I have kind of framed it differently now. One of the hurdles of unlearning something, one of the unlearning things that most people emphasize is being unable to express yourself. That's one of the hurdles, right? Like, think like a kid, speak like a kid. Speak like a kid, right? Because you can only write and speak in simple sentences. But wait, hold on. You can do these things. They're very important. Comprehensible input is very important. All of these things are yes, yes, and yes. But you're an adult. You can do more than that. You can find out why you are unable to express yourself. You are able to find out what is it that makes you sound like a kid. A kid can't do that. So what separates me, I would say me anecdotally, on the way I use Duolingo, WaniKani, and Hanzahiro, is that I understand and accept and also embrace, but I'm not unlearning this stuff. Like, I've always known this stuff. Like, you don't unlearn being an adult, right? Like, the difference is someone who's incapable of thinking that when you're forming simple sentences, you'll probably only form simple sentences too. That's a natural observation to me. But for other people, they can't envision how they aren't able to express in complex sentences anymore. I can. So, because in my opinion, I'm not in the active duty of unlearning something. Feeling something is a different story. I still feel goofy, right? And I don't think you can unlearn that type of thing. Like, I feel goofy when I'm speaking like a kid, but I know why I'm unable to express things, and I know why it makes me sound like a kid. And because of these things, an adult learns faster. Faster, better, no contest. But most people aren't interested in that. They're interested in like behaving like a kid and just saying, well, what up? When do I become an adult all of a sudden? It's like, well, you're an adult now. Just because you speak like a kid in a target language and you're unable to express yourself doesn't mean you can't be adult about it. So now here's more. This is more of a yes, almost all of the things are correct. As in, I have no qualms agreeing with pretty much most of the hot takes. I'm going to say like 14 hot takes in my... I'm saving... This was supposed to be what I'm going to say in the 100-day review, but we're going to say it here as practice. And yesterday, this is what I said yesterday, by the way. A lot of what I said yesterday. So instead of disagreeing with any of those 14 hot takes, I think it's around 14. I'm only gonna cover like 2 or 3 of them on the 100. Maybe I don't know. I agree with most of them, and you can qualify most of them. But I'm an adult, right? And hopefully, lots of people are thinking that they think better when they're getting older. And my often rebuttal is, oh, you can do so much more. Do so much more. Kids don't know what to find things that are relevant to them. How many things can you list that is relevant to you and you choose to like pep like a kid? Right? If you're saying formal education does not work, what makes you think an app that's prescribing things like formal education will work any different? Now you're gonna ask, well, it's true, right? It's true. The apps that you choose as an adult work better, right? They work better. But you forgot. You chosen to use this app. One of the strongest things that you have as an adult is obligating yourself to actively learn something. If you give an app that you like to a child, they're going to decide rapidly if it's boring or not. Boring, maybe it's super exciting and they get addicted, right? But if it's boring, try convincing a child that it's not boring, and then try convincing them that it will work. So the biggest difference between it's not the fundamentals of formal education, is the understanding of adult selection. So now hear me out. So what will the future look like? I think there is a future for adult selected automation to language learning. I don't know when or where someone's going to data mine most of this stuff, but ultimately I think, for lack of a better thing, AI can be a boon for that. And that's like, oh, well, all right, I'm not the most self-aware adult, but I know these things. I like Naruto or something, right? I like Naruto. And AI could keep track of that and can spoon and scoop for that based on parameters, right? Based on parameters that you design as a expert in linguistics and whatnot. And over time, there are going to be various apps for the time being. Right now, there aren't any particular apps. Most of the apps are prescriptional. As in, it's whatever the founder thinks is effective. And then they automate that part of it. And then soon there's going to be a wider spread. There might be an app that caters to 3 different fields, right? Like science, I don't know, art, and music. And eventually those things are going to splinter and cover a larger group. Maybe they'll select for all 3 of these, but with more granularity. Right? Granular. And that's kind of what I'm seeing is happening now. So the more dominant apps are the ones that are going to be more likely to dynamically provide context for the context that interest in adult. So then you can go to a one-stop shop. Alternatively, for now, as an adult, the idea is you try to get through the early stages of language learning. And that's the early stages of skill building. And the early stages of skill building deals with foundational motivation. And when a child does it, you force the child. How do you force a child? Child is you can manipulate a child, right? And I'm not saying like a bad or good manipulation. I'm talking about you incentivize the child. Give them a gold star if they continue to, dopamine, right? What does Duolingo and gamification do? You provide dopamine, right? In adults, manner, it can be a little bit more complex. You can give them money, which isn't that much more complex, really. You can show them how it benefits their life, how it can be a regular thing in their life. Like, why would you want to use Japanese? If you live in Japan, that is a very regular thing for an adult. So once you get past this motivation, what's another great motivation that Duolingo do? It takes less time. That is both appealing to a child and appealing to an adult. Learning a language using less time, using less effort. That addresses the fundamentals that is common to. So you use that to get out of the early stages. And then, since there aren't any apps at the moment, there are quite a lot of apps, and hopefully, if you're lucky, there's a specific app that caters to your context of context. But if they don't exist, the more successful or consistent adults out there, they would have already been able to find it themselves. As in, they can go on YouTube, make a watch list, and create this themselves. So whenever someone comes around and say, oh yeah, this immersion comprehensible input app is pretty cool, I take a look at it. And it looks like, oh, it's all videos that they made themselves and they posted themselves that are part of their YouTube channel. That's prescriptional. So if I like it, I'll stick with it. If I don't like it, then technically, yeah, you did waste your money. But waste your money in a sense that you backed a developer who could help other people. So to me, it's not a waste of money, but to a lot of people, it'd be a waste of money because it's not relevant to them. The context of the context is not good for them, right? They don't like it. They will most definitely tell you, and the silver lining is the foundational stuff will be great, because foundational stuff is common to both adults and children. So when you have a subscription and someone does, Dreaming Spanish, they'll say, oh yeah, I love the foundational stuff. That worked. But the rest of the stuff, when they were doing native content, it just didn't jive with me. So the adult portion creates spuriousness. The foundational kid portion is consistent. So this, in a way, reconciles, in my opinion. Maybe we'll put in more things, but I think this reconciles a lot of the inconsistencies. So in my opinion, yeah, I pretty much agree with what I've heard over these entire years, like year and a half. I think everyone has valid arguments, right, in their own space with their conditions. And to me, it's kind of disappointing that with all these valid arguments, the vast majority of people that I have talked to did not consider using that information to benefit their language learning. They use that information to cap their language learning as adults. They vigorously cap it. Now hear me out. If you're gonna cap something, you're still gonna reach the end at some point, right? If you uncap something, it could look like this. Whoops. But the chances are, as an adult, you're probably gonna reach it earlier because you're self-correcting. You're self-modifying. There are going to be places you dips, it's like, yeah, that didn't work out, right? And then there are places, but you're still heading towards the goal. But the nice thing about being an adult is you've already have a half start. if not a whole, like, you have a huge half start, or I don't know what it's called, but head start, right? Because while a child has to figure out how to entertain themselves or how to stay consistent after adult supervision disappears, right? No more adults. As an adult, hopefully you figured that out already. Unfortunately, nowadays, because of the internet, I think people in Gen Z did not figure that out yet. Because, in my opinion, misrepresentation, reductive, lack of critical thinking, reduce the capacity, not that they can't, or like they are unable to, they choose not to, or they're used to not doing that. So what do Gen Zs do? They keep looking for the next thing that places a glass ceiling on them. So all the time they wander the desert for an app that specially aligns with their interest. They're choosing to approach it like kids. They choose to approach problem solving like a kid, which is to go find the thing aimlessly. Or maybe slightly intuitively, and hope that your intuition plays along. You can do both. You can be intuitive and an adult about it. What is counterintuitive? The greatest example I typically think of that's counterintuitive is null hypothesis testing. Every time, null hypothesis testing. If you think something is true, ask yourself how it can be false. It's the fundamentals of thinking and critical thinking and problem solving. If you truly think something is true, then you can't falsify it, right? But I rarely, in my opinion, see people solve problems or learn skills or develop skills based on understanding all the angles and what is available to you. That is what makes adults different from children. Adults are way, way better than children if they choose to leverage that. But you can choose not to if you don't want to. You'll still get to the goal. I'm not saying like this is not necessary for success. But, and it's a big but with 3 T's, it may make the ride a little bit better, right? Make the ride a little bit more emotionally consistent, if you know what I mean. So while you're like screaming at other people and being angry at other people using Duolingo and thinking that you're always right and always wrong, or fear that you're starting something that you'll regret and being unable to change poor mistakes when you start it wrong and always worrying about getting it right in the first try. Yes, this. Rather than thinking like an adult, you think like a child. And that's not an insult. That's more like your choice. Like you don't have to be a child. Being children can be a great source of passion and blind commitment. So some people actually, and I'm telling you, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. If you be too serious and adult about it, then you can convince yourself not to do the thing. So I haven't talked about the opposite effect, the imposter syndrome, as an adult. So this is usually where I am terrible and someone can educate me on how to be more childlike when it comes to the imposter syndrome. There was a quote I remember yesterday. It was something like, all the smart people are filled with doubt, are busy filled with doubt. This is not the actual quote, but I don't remember. It's something like, all the smart people are busy filled with doubt. And instead of saying smart, I wouldn't say all the adult-minded are busy filled with doubt, while the kids are contending with ignorance. Right. Now, ignorance breeds chance and risk-taking, and that lets them acquire things. Adults are filled with busy and doubts, which makes them sometimes capped in glass ceiling. Right? Or inaction. So what is to alleviate this conundrum or paradox? Get the smart person to behave like a kid, or convince them that they should try to unlearn some of the things that make them a smart person and behave like a kid. And in a way, I would say, why not both? And I kind of combine both, right? I try and do things as an experiment for language learning, but then I use my adult experience to iterate on that experience. So, like many things, it may look like you have a slow curve and then suddenly you hit your stride as an adult. And then you kind of just plateau, right? And this is a fundamental plateau. But the idea is, if now we wrap it all the way back to the beginning, if you're only measuring this period when you're comparing a child with an adult, then yes, a child would probably have a higher propensity, because a child hasn't decided whether they like things or not. Meanwhile, a lot of adults tend to think, oh, well, I'm gonna have to unlearn this and unlearn that and then groom this so then I can start learning, like really learning. But if you take the course of everything, I would argue the vast majority of children would go up and they would plateau and plummet in interest on most things. So not only is the child going to reach a higher quote-unquote fluency over a shorter period of time, in which most of those people who believe children work better, the adults will have a longer gestation period in which they can decide if they reach a higher potential. So now when we're thinking about kinetics here, yes, children do learn better than adults. But yes, adults are also better at language learning. The question is, where are you looking at and where your goal is? Because the last time I checked, most children learn their native language really, really fast, and they become adults that do not master their language. Right? In fact, sometimes the kids as adults, have even more specialized and underdeveloped language than when they were kids. It's even to the point where it's groomed to the point where that language is so specialized they no longer sound like they're intellectual self if they left formal education. Like myself. I guess I would be guilty of that too. My long stint in talking and speaking a certain way in a certain context made me so that I don't typically sound or be rusty at the way I used to sound. So my command of my English has, from a different perspective of potential, can be lower. And what's really silly about all of this is, in order to get this curve, a child ends up becoming an adult. Right? So how do you even know if you can compare an adult? Like, it's not like an adult stops aging and a child stops aging. But the difference here is the standard. The child, when they age, they become more and more like an adult. Meanwhile, an adult, as they age, it's like all over the place. Like you can't predict where the adult's gonna go. In terms of language, they could just plummet to nothing because they decided, I don't like this language, let's just throw it out. So as a high school student, yeah, I agree. The observation is true. When you learn a language at high school level and they have no interest or no lifestyle built around it other than that class, after they're not obligated to that class, they're not going to retain that language. And yet I retained most of my Spanish so far, at least A1 to A2. Why is that? It's because Spanish didn't leave my lifestyle. My lifestyle involves Spanish. A child is involved in their language no matter what they say. An adult gets to choose if they involve their language. So in the end of the day, I wouldn't, when someone asks me, oh, do you have any tips for language learning at a later stage as opposed to an earlier stage? In earlier stage, I would say find your source of motivation and your relevant context in which you can achieve comprehensible input, right? That's fantastic. And that involves picking up a grammar book or whatever you can have to lock on to something that is consistent and motivating, and you got it, right? Then you exit out of the early stage, and then someone says, well, what do you have any advice on staying consistent or motivating? Make it part of your lifestyle. Are you an adult or are you unsure? My first question would be, are you unsure? Are you certain about what you like and you don't like? Like, are you certain you understand why you want to use this language and what your motivations are for using this language? If it's a check and a check and a check, go use your adult brain, in my opinion, and make it a part of your life. A child can't do that yet. A child don't even know what is part of their life. They just take whatever is given by an adult. So if you're not already suggesting like, oh, you're an intermediate in Japanese now, right? Or you're an intermediate in Chinese or Spanish, you're not already asking yourself, oh yeah, I don't even think about it. Like every day I turn on the TV, I'm already watching Japanese or Spanish. Then you're not intermediate, in my opinion. Like that's how I segregate between a little defining touch. Like you don't think about immersing yourself. You don't make time to immerse yourself. Those are the early stages where you don't plan out specifically like as a addition to your life. It is a part of your life, and that involves, ironically, if you think that a regular part of your routine is to spend 30 minutes studying a language, that is a lifestyle choice. It's not the same as someone saying, oh yeah, that's right, I gotta do 30 minutes of Japanese study today. Man, I don't really want to. It just feels like homework. Then that's not part of your lifestyle. For me, this is part of my lifestyle. I talk about this all the time. I think about this all the time. So when someone says, man, really appreciate the effort you're putting into language learning, it's like, it's not effort anymore. The content itself, like the context that I have to learn, requires effort. Doing the action is effortless. Like engaging in the action, it's part of my routine. This is something we do now. So for me, I would consider myself intermediate now because there isn't anything that keeps me from saying I'm just going to drop it now. Meanwhile, I feel that lots of language learners do this in their motivation. They just kind of peak and they just constantly descend until like, yeah, I'm burned out. Let's just go cold turkey and we'll come back another time. Right? And what does my curve look like? I don't notice it anymore. Because as an adult, when things become part of your lifestyle, you can't possibly burn out on something that's essential to you. So do you ever get there? And this is not a competency chart. This is a motivation, discipline, like lifestyle, like Z-score. If your Z-score is not progressively going up with your target language, then yes, it will continue to have a risk of burnout in which eventually you reach a threshold again where you are going to drop the thing. And that's perfectly fine because burnout is a great protection. Burnout is protection. Stress, negative stress is protection against constantly being in a love-hate addiction. Like love-hate addiction to things. So when you're going around and you're saying, oh man, like I really dropped the ball with my studying and stuff. Like, well, I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced that you enjoy doing this. Sometimes people look at a competency chart and they expect it to look like this. And then all the while they're doing this, they're keeping their eyes right here, their eyes right here. Meanwhile, they think this is what the line is. It's a straight line to competency, right? Their goal is this is competency or fluency. That's what it looks like. And in reality, it looks like this. And they're like slowly falling off a cliff. That's what the competency looks like to me. You might be thinking, well, no matter what they try, they're going to get more competent, right? No, because how they feel is like, oh, I have a bad habit here. I made a mistake that I refuse to correct here. I just don't like this type of grammar stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a car. I like cars now. Like that's what that looks like. When you're not focusing on what's happening in the meantime. It's like, oh, I'm forming a bad habit. And that's why I'm afraid of bad habits, because I won't be able to correct them and I won't be able to catch them in time. Like, yeah, for someone who constantly looks over here, you're probably going to live a lifetime filled with bad habits that you didn't realize because you have no due diligence. One of the greatest assets of experience and being an adult is that you have due diligence, or one would say you're capable of due diligence. then that's me, right? I think I find that I'm assured that I'm not looking up here. I don't even know where my competence is. And hence, in the long run, I'm drawing a graph of my motivation and my sustainability. I'm not drawing a graph of my competence. It's nice every once in a while to look at where I am, like, oh, hey, I finally reached HSK 1 and HSK 2 and GLPT 5 and GLPT 4. But boy, howdy, I spend 95% of my time trying to figure out how to keep my motivation up, how to check for things as I'm going, how do I keep making my process more and more like breathing air, right? And there are things that I haven't found a solution for, but I'll continue to do it. Like how WaniKani, which I in the 100-day review, I will change most of these things to address them. But right now, for the first 100 days, there's one thing that I absolutely think WaniKani does not jive with me, and that is not double checking for typos and poor mnemonic miss on rhymes. Near rhymes are an artificial consequence of the mnemonic system that they rely on, and double checking for typos, that's like saying I'm a robot, and I am not a robot, and I do type a lot, and my hands just do not do things that my head do all the time, and we're going to solve that problem. And that's how I stay motivated. Oftentimes people do the thing where they always like project how one should learn or should play or do the right way to learn things, and that is thinking so immaturely about an adult's way of learning. Like, oh yeah, if you do that, you're definitely going to establish a bad habit, because I'm talking down to you like a 10-year-old that can't solve your own problems. It's like, well, nowadays, I mean, the most sobering thought is you can talk to 20-year-olds like that nowadays, because they would probably relate to it. They're like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you know, I kind of make bad habits and I let them spiral out of control. Yeah, like that's relatable. Not relatable when I was 20, personally. When someone tells me, as like when I was in my 20s, like, oh yeah, if you do this, you're not going to figure out why you do it wrong in the future. That to me is insulting and disrespectful. But it's probably largely insulting and disrespectful because you're telling someone who made lots of mistakes over their life, even by the age of 20, and they don't regret any of those mistakes because they were able to reconcile and work and build from those mistakes. Now we fast forward to this generation, the age of Gen Z, and you have someone like yesterday who talked to me like a I don't know, like the way he talked to everyone else, and I call him out on it indirectly or directly as politely as I can, and lo and behold, that person is a very cogent, well-spoken person, and maybe we had a mutual understanding. But that's kind of the place we live in. So yeah, I don't blame people for assuming and constantly saying things like, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this, this will make you regret everything. It's like, yeah, probably, if I was like 16 years old, and or I guess now like 20 years old, where I spend most of my time being told what to do and being told what's the best thing and being convinced what's the best thing, or convincing myself what the best thing is. Of course, you would feel that way, in my opinion. If you spend 90% of your time making decisions based on what other people tell you is the best without consolidating, you get hot takes like, do children learn language better than adults, without being able to qualify what that actually means. Because when I ask someone, what do you mean by better? They would say something like, oh, you know, they will become fluent more than an adult, or faster than an adult. Okay, so how do you measure how fast? And what is fluency? right? And then does that is that concordant with you? And why do I, for example, why do I have to ask the questions that I expect another person that is my age, who's gone through formal education, would have the answers for, and would provide that response almost immediately, largely because they thought about what people say, as opposed to saying something like yesterday where someone says, "Oh, I see that you have some fox toys. Are you a furry?" And I'm like, okay, that's a big leap. Like, how did you? And then immediately, from my point of view, this person might have been a little upset, I would say, to call them out on how they're doing leaps of logic and behavioral communication and talking to me like they would talk to someone that is of their age and of their age group and trends, right? And I try to be as polite as possible during that. But yeah, having red panda plushies and things that dealing with donations. First of all, donations aren't necessarily all forms of charity, and people can still donate to things on their own behalf or other people. And liking animals and having a childhood sense of sentimentalism doesn't constitute as a leap to furry culture. With that said, I also make these inferences. However, I also inquire about them, as opposed to using them to dictate how one should behave, right? And I'll highlight this. It's in public record. Well, it's not going to be in public record for long, but Twitch chat is not saved because Twitch turns over things. So as a disclaimer, the person's first comment was, "Man, there are only ugly girls in the studying section of Twitch." That was the first comment that person made. How do you expect me to interact with that? I would imagine this person had some form of critical thinking to understand that if I didn't react to it, you would change up your game. But no, instead they double down on this like trite, very poorly constructed speaking habit that they have until I decided to bring it up, set my boundaries as an adult. And sure enough, we were able to have a very cogent discussion. Not that there was mutual respect in that discussion. I did not feel like I had any respect returned, but I at least appreciated that that person started forming cogent sentences and paragraphs that doesn't treat me or talk to me like something that I am very disheartened by seeing. And that person is clearly not underage, which I was a little bit worried at the time. All right. I had to talk about that. It was fantastic. I think it's coming together pretty well. So hope whoever, maybe my future sub, will find this educational, or someone else finds this rant a little interesting. But I think language learning revealed quite a lot to me in a experimental way. And it would be interesting to see and talk about this if it becomes a thing in the future with other experts or like other people who maybe share my particular curiosity and educational curiosity in challenging themselves to try to find conciliation of all the popular trends and things, explaining why all of these things exist, as opposed to constantly ignoring and pretending or that they don't exist. Agreeing to disagree when someone doesn't even disagree with you, that's ignoring things. And I think that's not a bad or a good thing per se, but it is a normalized thing to do that. It's easier to do that. It's good, man. I like how you explain and tell your points, and I hope you can talk about these things with other people in the future, or even at a local coffee shop. I would love to talk to like there are dreams. You know, I have some bucket list things. Like I would love to one day have some sort of relevance or appearance on like Ask Hank Anything. Sorry, Hank Green. Um, Ask Hank Anything, and I would love to ask Hank these literal questions, like, what are your perceptions on the normalized behavior of problem solving in the context of modern social media? And I could sit there on the couch and just listen to him talk for like 30 minutes because I really want to know. He has access to so much more in a different field with his time. Like he has so much more like exposure to so many things that I can't even begin to scratch. And hearing what his perspective is based on that experience, I can only imagine. But do they ask those questions? I mean, not really. And it's to the respect of his guests because his guests are interested in certain things, and I'm interested in certain things. And so far, all his guests were brilliant. They were beautiful. The chemistry was great. But they talk about topics that I'm interested in because they're interested in, but they're not topics that I would particularly be interested. Hank, I know some of Hank's opinions that he would have along with John and Hank, because they speak convergently about these things. Hank specifically as well, especially how social media indoctrinates and echo chambers and misinformation. Hank is like, he talks about this indirectly. So I have this like parasocial answer with Hank, but it would be like a dream sort of to sit here and like talk to him directly and have him form a cogent thesis or a cogent on the spot response to, like myself, like 3 hours. I don't know how long I spent, but 2 hours, it would be vastly interesting. And you know, it could be the exact same thing, who knows. I always wondered. I think here's a really scary and funny science fiction thought. One day, one day, there will probably be enough compute power to operate and enough data mining sets, because most people will be recording their likeness and their stuff as content, right? Because of this, one day there will be enough modular compute power to simulate an artificial version through the patterns and recognition of the person you want to ask, and you can ask them surrogately what their response would be like. Is that a crazy science fiction Black Mirror potential dystopian or utopian setup for a movie or show, or what? Because I could go to like the ChatGPT 36 version 36 and say, in the words of Hank Green, how would he answer this question? That, I mean, that's very possible. It might even happen before my time is up on this, in this world. But that is a crazy thought. And I chose specifically Hank Green because he is a personality that talks enough behavioral things that himself, you can create a dynamic profile of him. I wouldn't be surprised if someone could create a dynamic profile of me based on what I've already shared publicly, because it's like 70 to 90% of whatever I have. So if someone actually literally sat through the last like year of language learning, they would probably be able to summarize all my speech patterns and my digressions about language learning. because outside of that, I'm not actually doing any of that. So it is actually pretty compartmentalized, and it'd probably be a very accurate reflection. If you ask ChatGPT if they were trained on my data set, just taking these videos, I wouldn't be surprised if ChatGPT or large language model would be able to type a cogent response that sound very suspiciously like me. And that's the future. I'm very curious how it's going to be regulated and modulated. There's a lot of politics and geopolitics and whatnot involved. Figurative geopolitics, like the landscape of the internet geopolitics on the internet, the figurative land of the internet. How people are like, oh, can I opt out of this? Like, I don't want people to hear what I have to say without hearing what I have to say, if that makes sense. Like, why bother asking me if there's a facsimile of me being more and more like me the more content I make, right? And it's not even content in the sense of content creation as a profession, but content creation as a normalized way of interacting with people now, right? This is a societal norm that's trending almost universally for countries that have accessibility, universal, like domestic accessibility to the internet, right? That is you. And crazy to think that it's really not that far a stretch of the imagination. How LLMs now type out data summaries and stuff, I sound like that. I actually write like that already. That's what I hope to achieve, actually. Ironically, when I was a kid, my goal was to write like the way ChatGPT writes now in explanation, but that has changed since. Now when I write things, there's pockets of humanity and emotional intelligence. So I'm now no longer concerned per se that the current ChatGPT would sound like me. But before, when I was like 18 or 19, I think I just sound like ChatGPT. Right? If someone says, explain this concept to me, just ask ChatGPT, and then tell me what they say, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's probably what I would say too. You want a cheap version of me? Type a complicated topic and explain it in like the most fair way, you might get something very similar, I suppose. When I was younger, like when I was 18 or 19, where I was an emotional robot and I basically remembered texts. I kid you not, how I study for exams, if I did study for exams, is to literally remember the text. Like, we're not talking about taking notes, flashcards, using mnemonics. I read the text and I remember the textbook. That's how it went. That's how underdeveloped that was how underdeveloped I was, because if you can remember the whole text, why develop new skills to remember better? So most of the stuff that I learn now, like how I'm the competency curve and habit formation and stuff, that was much later. That's when things I slammed into a wall and realized I can't just memorize everything. That sounds like a very familiar cliche thing of quote unquote, I think someone along the line, hello there SD, I think someone along the line said something like, yes, because smart people can be incredibly underdeveloped in their problem solving skills if they don't encounter any problems. My first problem that I encountered was not of the academic type. It was of the school variety discrimination type. So I went all the way to like freshman of college until I realized, dang son, you don't have any studying strategies. Like, what happens when you can't scale up your rote memory, and that's where it all started. Then I started appreciating how other people study. Like, oh, okay, so you highlight things. All right, so you paraphrase these things. Oh, you space out, and one of the final concepts, one of the like most recent, not like final as in I'm about to die tomorrow kind of concepts, but one of the most recent studying concepts is this. That was about 6 or 7 years ago, where you literally have to enforce yourself to sleep or not think about something and then come back and see if you can remember it. So that's one of the most recent recent concepts. And to this day, if you aren't using an SRS thing for language, I don't think you even be able to test that. I don't think people inherently do that. When you're trying to test long-term retention, you're trying to actively not think of something and see if your passive retention is sufficient to have an active recall of the element. So that's kind of what the SRS does in theory. And it does this in theory if the person is not intellectually active in their studies. And that's what formal schooling tries to do. Formal schooling is trying to enforce space repetition in a school format due to obligation, and they're assuming that the person they're teaching doesn't engage with the content outside of it at all. And for me, college and later were easier because I don't stop thinking about it when the class is over. And I still had a bit of that yesterday when I was chatting with people I was watching anime with. I asked the person, like, so how are classes? Like, it's boring. It's boring. Like, I don't think about it. It's like, wait, what do you mean it's boring? You learn nothing in the class? Yeah, well, it's class. You do the homework. It's like, is there anything that's interesting in the class? Because the things that you don't find interesting, you're gonna not be gonna retain it. Oh yeah, take care, Curdle. Yeah, good night. Good luck with everything. I hope you feel better, Curdle. I hope you feel better. And maybe even be ready to, make it a double date, Curdle. Have a great time. I'll see you later. Anyways, hello SD. I was expounding upon, feel better slowly with Shirley. Yeah, take care. SD, I was actually expanding or reiterating upon I was sharing with Curdle what we tried to end with yesterday. And it got a little bit more crazier. After the stream ended, we watched anime, and then I had like 3 or 4 hours to continue working on it. So I just spent the last 2.5 hours or 3 hours expanding upon it with like graphs this time, because I realized I didn't draw any graphs and visualizations. But it'll happen again in the review for WaniKani and stuff. So these are all wonderful things to practice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be ready when I have the opportunity to actually talk to someone who has far more experience than I do teaching a foreign language or something like that. And now we're back. Let's go back to... I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to the end of Spanish today. But we'll try our best for now. How are you, by the way, from yesterday? I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. You're good. You were thinking a lot yesterday about free will and such, and you don't think free will is real? Not really, at least. Yeah. Um, I don't think you were around. Gecko and you do not share the same time zone, so he's not often here. But I think we crossed and touched upon the conception of free will, but then we backtracked because there was a huge like 3 or 4 hour discussion about conditioned behavior, and then like how automation and algorithm has tackled, like has challenged the idea of free will. And then we couldn't get to the whole free will concept because it would have been too long. And Gecko is a father, a loving father of, yeah, and he works and he juggles many other things. So we typically try to, I think he does a far better job moderating than me because he has far more obligations. So it's kind of nice to have him as a moderator. And Curdle, you can kind of see I basically just talk until the person leaves. And they are usually here until they have to leave. So that's kind of what I relied on for now, unless I'm super tired. And yesterday I was like, the reason why I had to leave is because I already pushed like 2 hours into watching anime with my friends. So I was like, look at the Discord message, and someone returned, and I was like, I'll go for another hour and then head off. So usually it's obligations that are outside of my pedantic nature in order to cut it short, that kind of thing. But yes, free will is very interesting. And I think the more, this is also imposter syndrome territory. I think with increased, as a hot take, so for the sake of brevity, as opposed to touching upon the whole free will thing, I think it's a yes and a yes and a yes. I think the many ideas that people have, it's actually very entertaining, like what I did yesterday, where you're trying to see how all those opinions are true at the same time, right? How do you explain in the most reduced way, but it's going to end up being complicated by nature? How do you say yes, I can see that, to all of them, and then challenge it? And that's what I did today, by the way. So your question you asked me yesterday about the controversial take, right, about if children learn better than adults, I thought even more about it. And in the narrative, I included 5 or 6 more hot takes that still exist today. And the question is, sometimes, like free will, if it's real or not, I think sometimes, I don't know if you feel good about these things or if you have mania. I get mania a lot, so it like disrupts my sleep. So it takes, I have to write things down or something, or else I'm not going to get any sleep. So oftentimes, what I do the best when I'm awake is try to explain the many things. And somehow, to me personally, that makes me less anxious and less likely to like spiral into a deep well of despair on not being able to get an answer to it. But yes, I think one of the reasons is learning a lot. When you start to learn a lot, you're going to more likely have more points of fixation over time. And fixation and curiosity, unhinged, as in like unmoderated with discipline, can lead to mania, or some semblance of mania, in which you can become progressively doubtful and unproductive. Unfunctional, not unproductive. Sorry, that I misspoke. Unfunctional in the sense that when you're trying to do a task, you are fixated on something else, like non-functional. you're still productive because you're learning more about that fixation, probably. But the thing is, it's detracting you from the thing, like kind of like not doing my lessons, right? My lessons, as opposed to being fixated on something that also brings me great joy. Like, it's not a negative thing per se, but it's also a non-functional thing at some point. So I can totally understand. That's what I'm asking about when I think about mania. You wouldn't say mania per se. You do hyperfixate, okay, on things that really speak to you, though. Yeah. I think that doesn't go away for someone who continues to explore. It's weird, but you know the science fiction. Speaking of free will, I think someone asked me once. I don't know if it's you, but someone else. Someone asked me if I were able. Oh, it was Sub-Zero. That's where it came from. If I had instantly gained knowledge of something, like omniscient knowledge of something. He didn't say everything, but of something. Would I do it? And my first thought was mania. That would be the first concern, because what is the source of my passion and reason for life, and like my driver in life is curiosity and understanding, the process of that. If you remove that, would it instigate an insurmountable amount of mania in which I cannot learn more things about? Cue the like anime or character that suddenly learned everything there is to know about the universe and they die of despair. So the question is, you have this free will situation, but how would you be able to ascertain if you had free will? One way would be to acquire as much knowledge as possible to ascertain the question of if there is free will. Well, the difference between the concept of free will is often also knowing what's unexpected and knowing what is expected, right? Do you have free will and choice if you made a decision in which you do not know the consequences of? Oftentimes that is associated with the idea of free will. And meanwhile, making the more you learn, the more likely you might question whether there is such thing, because you start entering this form of doubt, which is kind of paradoxical with the feeling of, is it really true though? Like, all this stuff's like, so maybe I didn't make this decision by choice, because I know all this stuff and it makes sense that I would do this, and it makes sense, these things make sense, these make sense, but they make sense so well that I kind of doubt everything now. So do I make decisions and stuff because I want to, or do I make decisions because I have to with enough information? It's a wild thing, and I think it's very, very a common topic. I think intellectuals kind of sit there and stoop about. You believe in predestination. I believe that we think we have choices, but to me, everything that was meant to happen will happen, because if it wasn't supposed to happen, wouldn't have, and we would have never known. Okay, that's pretty deterministic. Yeah, that is fair. We are the observers of our own universe. This is provided that you are within yourself. Yeah, you are with a great selection for the perspective of oneself, because we do not have perspectives outside of ourselves that aren't surrogates or vicarious, if you know what I mean. Like, what I mean is, you can't experience another person's life. Experiencing another person's life might reveal a different aspect, like hypothetically, where you can see that a person could guide and take your choice away from you. But since we can only be within our own mind, right? Since we are only ourselves, we can only guess what the other person is going to do. And that's by inference from our own experience as humans. But if somehow we are able to take the place of another person, that person can choose to take a choice away from you. And that could make you appreciate the idea that you have free will. Possibly. But since we can't do that ever, we would surrogately do that. And what's a great surrogate way of doing that? Having children, having a pet, working in science with laboratory animals, that kind of thing. If you know what I mean. So like where you're no longer the observer of the universe you participate in, but you're the observer and controller of someone else's universe. And then you can demonstrate that in a third person manner, as opposed to feeling it yourself. It's just so difficult to feel it yourself without being outside of yourself. And that's such a wild ride in existential stuff, where like, can you truly ever feel or confirm that you don't have free will or have free will if you're never yourself? If you're never not yourself, okay, that's a triple negative. If you're never someone else, right? If you don't get the opportunity to be someone else that is not you. So such a weird thing. And I think I'm gonna plug Star Trek again, because Star Trek has a few theoretical species that shares minds. They either share emotions, like the Betazoids, or they share hive mind, like the Borg. And imagine what that would be like. Or a great show that was Writers of the Matrix, from the Writers of the Matrix, which kind of had like a really weird conclusion because Netflix only funded like a conclusion. There was an abrupt cancellation. Sense8, the show Sense8, which deals with a fork in human species. The synopsis is there's a fork in human species, and there's a type of human species that can communicate through feeling. Oh, you watched Sense8? Yeah, Sense8 was a fantastic show. It's such a shame that the viewership was not high enough to compensate for its cost. Its production cost was absurd. Like that first season of Sense8, all those on location shoots, that's absurd. That you would think like the show would have to be like a blast off success in order to compensate for like 6 or 7 like at least 10 to 15 characters shooting at different locations simultaneously and then negotiating that. But it was great. Sense8 was a fantastic show. Speaking of existentialism, you started learning about major philosophical ideologies today out of personal curiosity or some sort of scholastic things. Are you a little too young for that? Sorry. I wanted to make a joke like I think it might be a little too early for you. So sometimes I feel like hear me out. I don't know where you are in your life mentally, but oftentimes when getting really deep into like philosophical ideologies and whatnot, I could honestly think that occasionally it can make it really interesting, but possibly a little bit difficult to navigate when you're trying to like get into different stages of your life, right? Things like meeting someone special and then starting a family. So I don't want to be like a deterministic. That's the irony here. I don't want to sound predeterministic or whatnot, but statistics does not necessarily favor, provided free will and all that, does not really favor people who are very inclined in that type of thing to be able to bridge, like Sense8, for example, bridge those complex topics in relationships. Kind of interesting. I look forward to seeing what kind of friends you make in France. All right. Major philosophical ideologies for fun. Hopefully you can make friends. I hope so too. Maybe you might have to pocket your major philosophical ideologies for a chance. You know, or at least humor null hypothesis testing, right? Do the objective being emotionally unbiased challenge. Like, if you believe in predestination, then let's challenge that notion by null hypothesis testing, by embracing chance, right? Because chance would be another way to look at behavioral decisions that aren't bound by deterministic views. And making friends often can be incredibly calculated by someone who's very intellectually inclined with a high level of self-awareness early in life. However, it also reduces the chance taking or promiscuous nature of being able to increase your odds of making friends. Because then you'd be like really like may become more hyperfixated on pre-selecting chances or pre-selection attempts on making friends, which would greatly or significantly reduce the outcome of success. But I would really like to see if your friends that you make would end up also sharing these major philosophical ideology quirks. My friends are very quirky. I don't have many best friends, and I'm not saying that I represent, but I do contribute to the statistics, at least. That if you met my friends and you asked them for like specific topics like you do here with me, you're probably gonna get a very suspiciously similar line of thinking. And those are rare, but you could also think of it as predestination. You see what I mean? Like, it can be interpreted in both directions, and my friends would probably say very similar things. They're like brothers from another mother. So like, we don't spend time sharing context, like content specific experiences together. Because largely it doesn't take too long to, it's not a stretch of the imagination to anticipate what they're going to say. I don't know what some thoughts you have. You don't feel like you can share with people in real life, given people might think you're weird and it could ruin relationships? It can, probably. It is statistically likely to be something unrelatable. However, it is also, for someone who believes in predestination, it is also the selection factor that encourages one to be destined to be successful with the occurrence that happens. So with stronger pre-selection filters, the likelihood is that it guarantees what comes after. However, it also then requires more attempts and then greater failure initially, right? So I think I've talked to maybe thousands of people at this point, several thousand, on more than the occasional casual basis, and I can say possibly confidently I have 4 best friends. So if you're thinking about those statistical odds, I must have had a very strong pre-selection for things, and they were all involved in expressing those idiosyncrasies, largely because they ended up being pre-selections for my friends. So when I inherently tell you that I don't really have to answer questions, you can ask my friends to answer the questions for me, I really do mean it. Like, if I'm not here to answer a question, the 3 guys I typically refer to, they can probably answer the questions in my place. I would have no reservations. You'd probably get a very similar response. Now, is that predestination, or is that pre-selection? Willing pre-selection, if you will. Because you could be promiscuous if you want it, because that's a choice you can make, right? Or foreseeably, it can be seen as a choice you make to be promiscuous. And therefore, when you're promiscuous, then you choose to retract very specific characteristics that would lower your odds of being associated with more people. I put on masks for that too. I have a workplace mask, a streaming mask, and I'm open about this all the time. You'll see me not exhausted, not tired, coughing up a lung, dealing with respiratory problems, eating for maintenance, struggling with sleep, because I pre-selected myself that when I'm on stream, I want to be a certain way, like a certain way that can inspire people to be this certain way, but not necessarily channel it for their entire life. So I raise that awareness because I feel like there's a disjointed understanding that when what people see on YouTube is not the full picture of an individual. So of course people will be misinterpreted and generalized, and I often am very open and vocal about what happens when I'm not streaming. I'm tired, have mania, have trouble sleeping, running because I constantly fear that my heart is getting worse and worse, that type of thing. Those are very common normalizing things that I talk about, but I don't usually talk about it from a state of actually experiencing it. That's kind of one of those things where you could share these things if you want it right off the bat. They could end up ruining your relationship, but they can also pre-select for the relationships that will likely work. So balance, find your middle ground, right? Find your middle ground. In the case of friends, my odds of making long-term friends is like 0.1%. If I had to be real with myself. Maybe 0.01%. 1 in 10,000. No, is that 10,000? No, 1 in a... No, okay, 0.001. I don't know how that works. Like, you put 2 zeros in front. Okay. It's 1 in 10,000. I would say the odds are 1 in 10,000. So if I meet 10,000 people, there's a chance one of those people will be a new person. How long does it take for me to meet 10,000 people? Probably like a decade. So maybe I'll introduce one of those new friends in the next 10 years, right? I did acquire 2 new friends in the last 10 years. So there you have it, right? I'm actually shooting a little bit above average because of streaming. So the rate in which I met people have increased. In the scope of school, it's not as high. It's not high as right. You agree, partially because you feel the way you present yourself in real life isn't really you, and that if I tried to be who I really feel like I am, I wouldn't get along with lots of people. Yeah, and that's a choice you can make. I feel that's the closest thing that I can think of that reminds me that I may have free will. I want to connect it back to the thing you were talking about that was fixating when you were fixating from yesterday. But you're basing this off of people you have met who I wouldn't be friends with had I been your true... Yeah. Presumably, had you not be your true self. You may never know because unless you're predeterministic, then that's how you would view it. For myself, you would never know because I'm not predeterministic. I lean, but usually it's not. It all came full circle. Yeah. So I would agree with you. I totally understand how you would feel that if you're thinking about it that way, where you wouldn't be friends with had you been your true self. But since I have a little harder time in believing that there's no free will or choice, you may never know if being your true self would end up being friends with them. The odds are kind of lower, I would say. Yeah, which is what I was trying to be a little bit fair. Your odds would probably be lower, but it's not 0. I don't think it's 0. For a predeterministic point of view, it might as well be 0 is kind of probably what I would do to empathize with that type of thought, right? Interesting. Sorry to bring up the friend situation. I imagine you have some close friends now, right? What was this? I feel like I got bopped for this. I wrote to attach, but it's not to attach. Oh, they wanted me to write to attach something as opposed to attach. I totally forgot where I was because that was 3 hours ago. I wouldn't say I do anymore though. Oh, okay. So you don't do anymore. Okay. I see. Oh, not in the sense of the hypothetical situation, but more in the sense of now you don't. I see. Because I was thinking you're talking about the actual hypothetical situation where I see. Okay. Because some people do think of it that way. They do think in binary in their decision making. Like, man, like for example, dang it, I missed that opportunity. It could have been so good. So like, since they missed the opportunity, they can only see that opportunity as good, as opposed to you missed that opportunity, so you decided to take a different opportunity. Or something like a null situation where you choose to ignore something and then your thought is, oh, if I didn't ignore it, it would have been something else. It's like, well, there's a chance when you don't ignore it, it would lead to something that you don't expect, right? So it's kind of like, oh man, I could have invested in this stock, for example. I could have invested in this stock, but I didn't, so I missed out on that. It's like, well, if you invest in that stock, you wouldn't know if that stock would have done well until it done well. So you can't possibly know at the time. So being regretful, for example, of things, that's kind of where the regret comes from a lot of times. You only know after the fact, not during the fact. All the friends you had were people who you did enjoy being around, but you met all of them through gaming. Yep. And the way you're presenting yourself when you're around them was you, but not really you. Yeah. Loose context interest requires another layer, in my opinion, tends to require an evolution or a maturation of this like connection with it. So someone has to end up being proactive to extend the bridge, right? I think gaming and interest are a great icebreaker at the surface. Since you don't play the game much anymore, yeah, you don't have a really reason to hang out. Yeah, exactly. So if you're not extending the bridge, it would be very difficult to maintain it. And the way you act when you're not playing games is very exactly. So until you're able to infuse a different situation in which you can encompass and bring someone else in, and they would be willingly to bring you in, and vice versa, you know, into your village or your mind palace, if you will. Once that tether is gone, it's very reasonable that you would fall out of interest. Like, you try to be more of yourself around your friends, and the reason I say we might not have been friends had been authentic. Sure, it's because whenever you try to change, they didn't like it. Oh, interesting. Or they would think it's weird, a negative weird. I see. Yeah, you just gotta find people who can be yourself for sure. It's just easier than done in real life. Yeah. Although here's a slight take on this. Sometimes, not that I'm saying this is a default method. Sometimes I play along until it is part of me, and then really use that as a leaping point to expand. So how would I increase my odds? Nowadays, right, I seek empathy. So, for example, I'm going to try to string you along with of empathetic points, and those empathetic points are only part of us, right? Like, for example, my streaming in this environment is only a part of me. However, I can use my investment in you or the details that you have in order to breach that weirdness, but from your perspective. And that's often something that can enhance the success rate of introducing something that doesn't seem so weird anymore, provided that you were able to invest in that person's perspective. So alternative way of seeing this is an example of helping someone. And this is where I meet the 1 in 10,000 most of the time, where there's a mutual level of concern for each other, but largely due to the sharing of vicarious experiences. And those vicarious experiences allow a natural tether to something that might not be shown. Like, I use most of the language learning and stuff in order to share the other parts of my life that may seem weird out of context. Man, doesn't this sound like a language learning session? Anyways, so instead, I like to use that as a leaping point. So that has been something that is often a maybe like a pocket way of doing so, but it does involve being very doubtful of who your real self is sometimes, right? If you're young and maybe still exploring what is meaningful to your life and what you're looking for, it can be it can interfere with that. For myself, I think my identity is fairly strong nowadays. So most of the time, I would use whatever that person's interested in and then turn it into something that I am interested in. And then because of that, I can see from that person's perspective how it can be not weird, the thing I'm presenting. So for example, how can I tell someone that I'm fixated on the I don't know, like I need a very awkward thing. I'm fixated on underwater basket weaving. Well, because I know this person really well and they really like Fortnite, for example. How can I relate Fortnite? How can I talk about underwater basket weaving in which it will be interesting to someone who likes Fortnite? That kind of thing. I think that's the strongest part of empathy, but that would also mean that at some point you have to forego your own personality and your own disinterest. Like, for example, I could dislike Fortnite, or like I don't like Fortnite the way this person likes. So the way I do it is I invest in the person at the expense of hoping to eventually get back to myself. Now, it would really suck if you spend most of your time doing that, and that's where in my opinion, that's where the feeling of wearing masks comes from, especially in the modern age, because games come and go rapidly, and you're wearing different masks. And when you're constantly investing in that stage, you find that you have less and less time figuring out who you are. So then you become very more and more disjointed. I would say after a period of self-discovery and, you know, legacy building and self-exploration, oftentimes it becomes a lot more clearer how you can leverage your identity and the way you wear your mask in order to get someone, hook someone, and be okay with like, yeah, you know, even they might not be interested, but I'll keep trying. And that's kind of what I'm doing now most of the time. Like, I invest in the person, but since I have enough identities nowadays, I could do this 10,000 times wearing a mask and it wouldn't feel like I'm losing a part of myself, or like there's some sort of feeling need for someone to see the whole authentic me, because I do have people who see that. It'll be great. I'm actually very curious about someone who has these concepts of self. Make friends, because you're pretty expressive when it comes to that type of thing. Very, very curious. I wouldn't say I was not enthralled by philosophy in my 20s. I think the closest thing I had was, oh, okay, I was beginning to. I'm not like this back then. I started. It was college is when I started. So it was in my 20s. The beginning of my 20s was my beginning journey about things like this. I started taking psychology, fine arts, classic British literature, logical systems, like sociology. So those were like part of my general education requirements. So they allowed me to be a little bit more connected with myself. Back then, it felt like I was just checking off things. Like, why do I wear masks? Because I have to. Why would you act like this? Because it gets me the result I want. Like, the result that people want or expect of me to get. Like, get A's, right? Get straight A's because A's are important. Get 4.0s because it's important. Get in college because it's important. Score at the top of the class because it's important. It's not so much of that piles so early in childhood that, at least anecdotally speaking, that you don't have time to even decide if it's even important to you, right? And that's kind of part of growing up. So, and then promiscuity, I think that's how you say that word. Promiscuity present it as an opportunity when I left the nest. So then I became a little bit more different. And maybe I was always this way. Who knows? Predestiny and all. Okay, so I've been staring at this for a very long time. And I know I got this wrong by typing to attach. So does that mean I have to type to attach something? And that's why this is triggering me? Or maybe it's not attached. Hold up. Scoot. Yeah, I totally got triggered by this. It went downhill today after I got bopped for not typing body and body weight. I promise myself I will get to Spanish today. So attach plus 2, which is scoot. And to be attached is probably why this was marked wrong. Yep. And I added to attach because when I mean to attach, I mean two things. And this particular one, if it's not blocked, I'm gonna add it because we're gonna block it off myself. Okay, sorry, I had a question. I was thinking of a question. Only 1 year away till you hit to France. I can't even imagine what it's like to decide to go and live in a foreign country. I haven't done that in my life. Well, technically I did, but I think it's a big asterisk to what you're doing. Because it was temporary. You think about it all the time? Okay. I'm like, man. It's so fascinating. Especially given your French exam is in 2 months and a week. You got this. You got this. How you feeling? How you feeling about your French exam? Go shoot. Go shoot.
助手
Go shoot. Correct letter. Oh no, this is just ateji. Ateji. I feel you're different. Oh wait, yeah. Okay.
世界当て字
Ateji. You know your output needs a lot of work. Your comprehension is pretty good though, and you can definitely improve it a lot more with the time you have left. Ah. As far as I know, when you're taking an exam like that, you don't need to output in that manner, right? For these exams. So you just save it for your French friends that you'll make. You see what I did there? Sorry, that felt a little aggressive. Pardon me, but I think the wonderful thing about the choice that you're going to make soon is that output. Oh, there is speaking. Oh, so you do have to do the speaking part and the writing part, like not just comprehension input. Okay. Is that like an oral exam then? There's an oral portion and like a part where you're like pulling up a pen and a piece of paper or something and you're inputting writing. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, then I take it back. Get back then. If you know what I mean. Like, I think one of the joys of output is having the opportunity to make an experience with someone else. Like, it's funny your writing is better than your speaking. Interesting. You are trying to speak French though. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know about that. What you call it? Hear me out though. You know, humor me here. One hot take from yesterday that I forgot to hit on is the end goal of language learning. Right? Like one of the end goal. It's weird that not in your case because you have an exam coming up that deals with it. But lots of people think that they have to make time to output, like to interact with someone and then construct sentences and whatnot. Like that's the laborious and effortful thing to do, right? And my thought was, man, I don't know if I'm like someone who grew up on a bygone era or something, but that's the best part of it. Like, this is the longest part of it. Like, in my opinion, this is the most unnatural part, which most people would agree. But this is also the part that requires a lot of due diligence and discipline. But when people, the way people think about how they phrase things, like I don't think they believe that, because they often say, oh yeah, you know, I gotta encourage myself to use the language or else I'm gonna forget it. Like, oh man, like I need to find new books, and I need to go and make new friends or talk to someone. And my only thought was, isn't that the end game? Like that is your reward for doing all the unnatural things you need to get to that point. And my thought was, yeah, that sounds amazing. It's like, but you know, it requires a lot of effort. Like you have to find a place to meet people, but it's not the, like, to me, I have really a hard time saying, aren't you excited that you're just gonna go around and like, hey, let's just go and see what other, you know, French people. Now that you put it that way, it does sound kind of weird. Like someone says, oh, I can read a lot now. Like I've learned 3,000 kanji. I can read a lot. And their first thought is like, now I don't know what to do. Like, what do I do next? I'm an intermediate. Like, I don't even know what I like. Like, what am I going to do with this? What is my next step? So on forums and threads, you hear this all the time. Like, okay, so I finished the easy stuff, the stuff that everyone else is doing and stuff. Now what do I do? What do you mean, what do you do? Now you get to do whatever you want. Like, it's the best part. Like, to me, sorry, I must be in a different maybe stage in life. It's the best part. It's the part you get your freedom to do whatever you want with it. Choose your poison. You want to go and use your foundations to learn about deck builders and not worry about pitch accent? Go for it. That's the kind of thing that is kind of weird when I think about this. And I think I kind of felt this way in a way when I first were given autonomy on, or agency to some extent, on what topic I would research, for example, right? Your mentor would say, oh, all right, here you go. Just choose whatever interests you. What do you mean just choose whatever is interesting to me? That's kind of hard, don't you think? Like, I don't know where to start. Like, what do you do? I'm thinking of Talladega Nights. Is that what that movie was called? Where the Will Ferrell character, he's like, I have these hands and I don't know what to do with them. Like, I have these hands, but yeah, the ballot, yeah, like what do I do now? I have these hands. And that's what I feel is so weird when I'm hearing people talk about their accomplishments in language learning. They would say things like, oh, I can read manga really, really well now. I can do all this. Now what I do next? Go write a book? I don't know. Write poems to yourself. Write a journal in Japanese. You can do these things. The sky's the limit. And meanwhile, they're looking for someone to tell them what is the right way to do things. And that, to me, is what I mean by, I think there are young people out there who are very brilliant, but they don't often think for themselves yet. They haven't started thinking for themselves. Why think for yourself when the internet can prescribe you anything that fulfills your life? Or they can convince you anyways that those things fulfill your life, right? Like using an app because that's what everyone else is doing, instead of asking what that app does for you or could do for you, and then using it and then finding out if it did do that for you or it didn't do that for you. Pretty tough. Speaking about free will and existential crises, the creative part, to me, is easily one of the, yes, hardest as in terms of effort, but it's the most liberating parts of having done all the foundation work. So yeah, go out and sound like a goober. Go out and make a French person be like, what are you saying? Listen, I want to be your friend. We got to work on your French. Nice. Friend made. Let's go. New adventure commences. It's what is that thing? You know how an end to something is the beginning of something new? It's kind of like a martial arts, for example. Once you get a black belt, that's the beginning of a new journey. Now you have the foundations, and the rest is up to you. You have officially become a master of the foundations, and you spend the rest of your life journeying, creating, and doing your thing. So it's awfully weird when in my opinion, the most rewarding part, the pinnacle of chance of doing whatever you want, is often the part that kids, younger people push off as long as possible. Like, they don't want to swim in the desert and find out whatever interests to them. They want to be told what is interesting to them. They want to be provided on what is important or what must be important to you. I think that phase got skipped over somewhere, where like, oh, you like this because it's popular, but you don't like this because it's what you like. It's so hard to discern the differences, because if you grew up in an environment where that's how you determine if you like things, then yeah, probably not. No, none of those. Where are all my under basket water reading kiddos at? You know, for every one underwater basket weaving aficionado, there's like hundreds of kids who wants to be a content creator in some sort of esports. Where is that? You know who you are. Where's that kid that likes to do time-lapse photography of paint drying in the outdoors under three different conditions? Where are you? You know, where are you? Where are you, that really specialized photographer who knows a lot about photography, and they decided, you know what, I'm just gonna take pictures of stone on the ground because that's interesting? Where are you? That's kind of what I'm wondering nowadays. You get to do it. It's the privilege. It's your privilege, and it's like pulling teeth. I would say. I legitimately feel like it's pulling teeth. Like, someone says, I finally aced the class. Like, okay, now you aced the class that you voluntarily choose in college. Are you gonna use any of those skills? Like, what are you gonna do now with them? He's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna take the next class and do nothing with it. And I'm like, what? You gotta do something with it. You chose this. This is your privilege. You know something now. Go create something with it. You know, if anything you can do, go and teach someone what you learned. Because if you teach someone what you learned, it gives value to it. At least in my opinion. So I try my best, even when I'm incompetent, I try my best to explain things, because it gives me this satisfaction of reminding myself, yeah, I have learned this, and it will be a part of me for the rest of my life, because I'm going to keep it here and I'm going to share it. Shame that there are so many that spend like 99% of the time incomprehensible input, and rarely do they say they need to output because it's fun. They usually say they don't need to output because the time you spend outputting, you might as well be spending inputting, because comprehensible input, or the theory of comprehensible input, is that it's sufficient to learn and become fluent in the language. So my only thought was, both? Why not output every once in a while? Because it reminds you of how wonderful it is to understand that you can celebrate the things you learned while you're learning it. Instead, it's every possible excuse to not output anything. One example would be, if you're outputting, you could possibly do it wrong and then have, create a bad habit, and therefore you have no ability to correct it. which I also find strange because I find that very unrelatable. Also the idea like, oh, output is not productive to input and becoming more fluent, and I'm like, well, okay, that's fine, but I was asking if you wanted to output for fun, right? It's every possible excuse or sentimental excuse, in my opinion, or even objective fact, in order to create confirmation bias to avoid the one reward that can keep you consistent, in my opinion, that could arguably be the self motivator that a lot of people can have, and it's having a source of output. What are you going to do to create with that thing? Art is so beautiful because you can do that. In order for art, like, how do you learn to draw? You start by drawing and then consciously looking at what you draw. But the great thing is, lots of input kind of gets naturally embedded with outputting, right? Language doesn't seem like it gets that same credit. It really doesn't. Like, it gets so blown out of proportion, almost to the point where people want to believe that there's no functional element or benefit or anything by outputting. They want to believe that. I'm not even sure if I do believe that. Maybe like limiting output, sure. Like, it's much like most things in moderation. No output is a thing for people, but no input is not a thing for people, which is, that's fair enough. I can accept that. But the no output thing, functionally, I would say sure. If that's all you can picture language learning is, then I feel like you might not end up ever liking it. So, hear me out. Why does your output need lots of work? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. Just wanted to poke at the fun that you have output you have output needs when you're so already really good at because you don't do it. Yeah, you gotta find ways, find ways. Unfortunately, I don't speak French, so that would have been a really fun way to output, huh? But I don't speak French. Weird. I was gonna do like a really jaded response by, man, you're wasting your time talking to someone who doesn't know French. I'm kidding. Like, geez, way to waste your time not outputting French with some like random French streamer or something like that. That would be thinking like, you try thinking out loud sometimes, and that helps you more than nothing for sure. Yes, thinking out loud. Yep. Sometimes just explaining something to other people. Like, one hot take is translation. Don't think in translation because it prevents you from learning, but that's the literal act of translation. So I think people take that hot take very differently or too reductively. If you translate for a purpose, then it promotes acquisition. Like, it's different from contextless translation. Like, for example, you could argue what I'm doing here is contextless translation, but it's not, because the thing that is connecting to me is mnemonics. Mnemonics is the context. But you can just forgo all the mnemonics, and then it would be considered as contextless translation. So now you might be arguing, well, those mnemonics have nothing to do with Japanese, and they're usually in English. It's like, but one day they're going to be in Japanese. And I actually use synonyms for my mnemonics to remember other Japanese words. That is in context. So the rudimentary another hot take. I've been covering all of these hot takes. I think like 12 hot takes now. 12 to 14. I said 14 earlier today. But one of the hot takes is, how can it be true that translation works and translation doesn't work, right? There's a whole school of thought of like, don't translate, stop translating. It's like, what do they mean by translating doesn't provide context? Like, what does it mean by, on the one hand, context means you're doing no translating, right? But after diving deeper into this, is they're talking about the mechanics of translating, like the literal mechanics of translating, the one-to-one transliteration and translating thing without the context of mnemonics, association, meaning, or any of the more complex relationships that are involved in translating. So someone who's actively just remembering this word means to go, like to go out, or to go, or to leave, right? Like that's it. That's where it ends. Like, no, that's not where it ends for me. This is qi, and qi also means to go to somewhere in Chinese. That's more than simple translating. You might be saying, well, now you're just remembering Chinese or you're Japanese. Like, yeah, but I don't know either. So that's kind of one of those things too. And doing it out loud can inform you that too. A lot of times, like actively figuring out, well, how can I fix some of these, or how do I get a more out of this and whatnot. So the context can be the framework in which you're engaged with the language. So that's where output can inform input. But that is also another contentious point. Can output inform input? Yes and no. It's no in the very situations that those people think, and it checks out. It's yes if you're thinking about specific situations that I'm talking about. So many hot takes, and they're all very reasonable. I actually find it very hard. I find it more interesting to connect and weave a narrative that makes all of the current hot takes on language learning true, considering their methodology and their metrics, but at the same time do not contradict each other. It's so fascinating. That's such a wonderful challenge. And then try to see if there are any holes in it. Because honestly, whenever someone tells me a hot take, I'm like, yeah, that's very reasonable. And I'll explain it to you why I think it's very reasonable. And then I'll explain to you why the thing that you think is not reasonable because you think it contradicts with you, it actually doesn't contradict with you. Because they're using different metrics. They're not even relatable in the long scheme of things when you look at the methodology. Like when someone goes around and say reductively, oh, stop translating in your head. It's like, what do you mean stop translating in my head? It's like, it will really, really prevent you from being fluent in a language. And I'm like, so you're telling me that I can never learn a language while constantly translating in my head? I'm sorry that humans don't have telepathy, but I can assure you that I translate every day in my head when I'm talking to my parents. And not for the sake of contextless one-to-one translation. They're context-dependent translations. That's called an interpretation, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what linguistics calls it, but when you're doing interpretation, you're doing context translations. And that's kind of sucky for SRS and Duolingo. It gets me into trouble constantly. And that's how I know it's different. It's different how I translate compared to what people are saying is translating. So I can agree that, yeah, you should stop translating in your head in that way, in that very specific way that they're talking about. But you can translate for the sake of mnemonics. Mnemonics breed context. And slowly but surely, you become aware that not only can you don't need to use those mnemonics anymore, you can explain them in your target language. So how do I explain this, right? Which I've forgotten what the tune for this is. Hold up. I would think of iku. Iku? right? Iku. It could helps me out here. And you can even say soto. Soto ni iku, right? Soto ni iku is good enough for the mnemonic for this. Isn't it interesting? Like, I had no problems coming up with that. It's just going outside. Go out. Like, I would even use soto ni iku for dekakeru first. Because dekakeru means to go out, to hang out. It was English at some point, but it can also be why, you know, chuchi. So you can use chuchi for this phrase because it was once in English and now it's in Chinese. Context, translation are two things. There's the mechanics of translating, and then there's contextualizing that mechanic. I do not have problems doing that. But for many, I would say that believe that they probably do have problems doing that. Largely because I could argue I did that most of my life, so it's effortless. And I doing the yesterday's digression about being an adult, I know what I can do really, really well. So it's not like I'm gonna try to pretend like I don't know how to do it. So instead of playing against myself and saying, yeah, you should stop translating in your head in that way, I'll continue to translate in my way. So then I can further my studies in a weird way that I would be very apprehensive to tell people that, hey, you should do this too. No, I'm not saying you should do this too. I'm saying you can try it and see if it works. Right. And with that thought, I'm still not sure what the read is on this. Hold up. I think this is new, but I'm gonna write this down anyway. So, private dirt. This is like, it's not what I think it is because of Chinese. What did they subscribe to this? Leave, right? Leave plus do. And then you're leaving something in the past or something. Oh no, this is past. That's what they want. They have past plus do. And then when you're trying to like do something, you're leaving in the past. But how does that lead to the read? I have another word that can help me with it. What would I say if I'm saying I'm leaving? I have no idea. No idea. Can I do a guess? Nah. Chi? No. Kairu? Oh, it could be Kairu. Oh, wait. This might not be leave. It's, is to like be left or something. Wait. Oh, I almost had it. Come on, mnemonics, bring me back. And it's gone. It's gone. Oh, it was so close. I feel like I was getting somewhere with my mind, like with digging in the back of my head. It's definitely to leave. There's no way it's not. Oh, I know what it is. It's not pass. Oh, well, it is kind of pass. I think pass was what's described to this. But you're leaving something in the path. So it's leave. And what are you leaving from? You're trying to leave because someone with a saw is coming at you. So it's saru.
Saru.
I think it's to leave. I'm pretty sure it's to leave. What is this line? Ichiban me. But first. Alright, we're back in business. We're back in business, folks. After a 4.5 hour digression, we're back in business. One of these days.
Karakuchi.
Karakuchi. What else did I add? I add like to depart or to go. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Kanji itself means pass, and this verb means to leave. It should be easy because you know what people say. You leave past in the past, which are kind of apprehensive about. What does this Jew mean? It's residence or residence. I mean,
Ketsu.
Ketsu.
一番目。
一番目. Spicy mouth. Spicy taste. Thank you. Thank you. Show.
研究所
Bamboo. I can? Yeah.
体験。泳ぎ。
泳ぎ. You mean
住民
Bamboo.
全部
Ato. Kata. Gata.
ハート型
This is to return something, right? Or to return the egg, right? Because the egg is moldy or something like that. Which is a car egg. Kairu. Oh, this is kairu. Yeah. Right? Oh, rip. To replace something. Yeah, but that's I think this might get blocked out, but okay. What I mean by returning is like to exchange something. Like you're returning something bad to get it replaced. Not returning as in like you're literally giving it back. Yeah, it's fine. It's all downhill from here.
Karai.
Alright. しかし This is also waru.
教わる
I got it confused with another one. Wait. Kojo versus Koba.
工場
Kojo. Okay. Nageru. Then help.
投げる
Nageru.
Kaeru.
Kairu.
発音
Hatsuon.
小学校
Shogakko.
星
Hoshi. Oh, I missed the L. And calculate. Out body. Wait. One sword. Uh-oh. Calculate. Oh.
Oyogu.
Oyogu.
出身。
出身. Oh, I misspelled swim. つける.
見つける
This is not rent. What is it? Huh. Oh.
高校生
高校生. That's not how you spell clown. I'm not surprised I'm having trouble spelling clown. Every way? Every time? Okay. Idol?
毎度
Oh. Shikyoku?
支局。
Shikyoku. Try to test. Which is not the same as experiment, right? This is to investigate. Or research. Which is which? I haven't really sorted this out, but they more or less mean the same thing. It's the same group. I think we can stick with investigate. How does this work? Shiken? Where's the shiken?
試験。
Shiken. Oops. I think this is still Kyoku.
局
One of the specials. Oh, wait. Oh, is this Kondo? I feel like this is in Kondo. No, it's Kondo.
今度。
Machine. Begin. Or start. Talk. It's not. It's for oh, whoops. That's a test. Oh, you know what? That does check out with investigation, actually. Because it's an experiment. I disagree with this. Yeah, we have some synonyms out here. Yeah. That's still an investigation. That's what I was thinking. Experimentation. Yeah. This degree. This time? Oh, this is the next time thing, yeah. Indo. Oh no. Is this Chikamachi? Chikamachi. Chikamichi? It's Chikamichi.
近道
空手
Karate. Maku? Could be lit. What is it to be lit? Oh, I think it's off to turn on. Which I think it's still shku. Or is it ah? Pretty sure it's
つく
suku. Okay, that's fine. A diagram.
図
Uh, temporary name. Oh, this is Kana.
かな
Show. Ne?
勝負
話
2番
Vietnam. Okay.
?1 ヶ月
2ヶ月
買う
買う Oh shoot. Oh, I meant to type Sha. I need to type Sha. Son of a dingus. Shirokuro.
白黒
Shirokuro. Oh, wait. Or not. I should have waited. To decide. Of course. A useless transitive and transitive. The inconsistent transitive and transitive stuff. I have to wait for those.
Iru.
Um. Hatsubai sounds kind of okay. Hatsubai. Right, Hatsubai is the only one that didn't change. Yeah.
発売
Oh wait, and Hatsuon. Actually, Hatsubai and Hatsuon. Decision. Edu.
決める
Meisha.
名車
Soko. Oh, there. See, this is where I would just erase it because there's no reason. But we will do that in another 3 days. Like, I'm not gonna go over that. I almost wanted to add it because I wouldn't say it's not free of that. It works the other way around too. Classic WaniKani experience. This is assuming, right? Hey.
家庭
Eh.
勝者
Yeah, I knew that. No double checking. Think Hitsuyo, no, Hitsuyo or
必要
to be helped. Yep, this is again the intransitive thing, to be helped. I'm definitely not going over these. I think like, is this blocked? It's not blocked. Like no context sentences, no go. I think the transitive and intransitive thing needs context. 。
「
Context.
い …
the whole aru and iru, the aru and eru thing is inconsistent. They don't state when it's not and when it is. So, or they state when it is out of convenience, but when it's not out of, it's inconvenient to think of it that way. It's kind of like rendaku, and when it's regular, it's complacent.
何度
It's actually a point of one of the weakest points of the WaniKani experience without like needing to adjust. Let's see. Not that. Am I drawing a blank on this? Oh. That's not fault. That husband? No, husband isn't. That's... So, husband... Is this fault or... So, arrow doesn't have that little chunk, right? And then we have husband. And then we have fault. This has a slide. Does husband have a slide? Immediately I wanted to say fault. Can I put it next to something? In terms of vocabulary. Yeah. So what does husband? Probably shows on here, right? Took a while to... Wait. No, that's fine. Oh, husband doesn't have the slide. Okay. That's how that new... That's what that new is telling me.
要点
Ticks me off so much. That just ticks me off. Oh my gosh, it ticks me off so much. Oh. 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 Makes me want to throw something.
次々
Especially when they don't go straight back to it because of the ticks me off so much. I'm so triggered right now. Double.
20 交番
Boba.
ど
Oh. Pre-war time, I guess.
もともと
Motomoto.
– 助かる
So triggered. So triggered. Oops.
中学校
All right. So here we go. This is a transitive and intransitive BS again. So, no context clues. So let's create some. Except, right? It's so ukeru. Ukeru is more likely to be. Ukeru is Ukeru is likely to be the. This one is, yeah. See, this one is not it. It's not an edu thing. This one is intransitive. So that's the type of. Oh no, it is transitive. Even though I typed something. I typed something by default. But typing something by default can get things wrong, which is really annoying. Yeah, what is to... the other one is to receive is... I don't actually know. What was the receive one? I mean, this is ukeru, but... I think the transitive one, the closest thing I can think of is uketoru.
乗せる、
からし、
からし、There's something different about this one. The read keen. So nearby is still a neighborhood. But it's a Rendaku, Injo neighborhood. The difference is that there's no explanation for Rendaku. A life? Oh no, it's Kiji.
記事、
花月、
It's
近所、
cool. Itsujo? Itsusho? That's not good. Hitsho.
必勝、
Sho.
« 受ける、
Better.
立つ、
Natsu. Oh my gosh, there's 67 more because we're piling it all in because of the digression. Okay. Fine. Yeah, they're all vocabulary. I'm not surprised. Half of them are intransitive nonsense. Or a third of them.
休み、
竹、
Ake.
人気、
Inki.
木、
I.
平気、
Eki. 小皿。
小皿、
虫、
し。The heck was this? Is this supposed to be self? Not nose. Gotta be self. Is there any other thing? I. Oh, it could be no. Oh, it could be nose, actually. Makes sense. Makes me want to flip a table. This has got to be tough. I think nose is for Hanzahiro, right? I'm gonna put no. Nose for last time around or something.
Ito.
Ito. Yasumi hi? Kujitsu? Oh, it could be kujitsu. 2 cucumbers? Kujitsu, not kujitsu. Kujitsu. Cucumbers. It's the only thing I can think of.
休日
Ah, this is the lip ring. Ah, yes, the lip ring. Origin energy. Oh, Genki. Oh. We just go with health? Health, energy, it's fine. Day? I knew it. That's BS. A holiday is a rest day. Don't even at me right now. I'm getting so triggered by WaniKani's lack of
天気
lack of attention. We knew this was gonna happen.
赤
Eh?
Genki.
Thank you. Ipongi. Gi, right? Or Iponki. No, Ipongi.
一本木
Yeah, don't give me that crap. Grew your face. Duck and
弱点
takenoko. Or takenoshi. Takenoko.
たけのこ
穴
Oops. Okay, front is before, right? Previously.
「以前」「耳」
Mimi.
「皿」
Tara. Heck. Meiji. The heck is Meiji? Oh. Yuji. Oh my gosh, this one was such a butt. No, not Muji. Myoji. Myo. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop recording. Like, I think I have enough things to go over after this. Skimi? Skimi. It's me, no, Skimi.
月見
Oh my gosh, this better be go. Okay. Wait, this is yarn, but is it mix? Yeah. Not yarn. What am I thinking of? Thinking like yarn is a crappy. Why did I use yarn as a crappy gift? Freaking body weight. That went back around already? Jeez. I spent that long today? What the?
名字
I'm in trouble now. Maybe I should take a leap day. Oh no.
体重
Oh my gosh. It says words or say. I think I have to retroactively add one of them. So this is probably gonna be a 50-50, right? Probably say. Not that.
味方
This is from earlier today. Oh my gosh. I messed these up from earlier today.
思わず
I digress so hard today that all the stuff has come back around.
花見
Hanami. Was this 20 or was it fence? I think it was 20. Which I'm gonna add fence.
Ashi
Let's see. Migite? In no ways Yute.
右手
Okay.
見る
Yeah. Yakuman. Wait. Is Yakuman 1 million? Wait, hold.
100万
Yakuman. One energy. Here we go again. One energy, right? The one energy is like in one breath. Pretty sure this is like in one breath, all at once, something like that, in one go. Two world. The heck? Oh, two world, two generations, second generation.
2世
You aren't Hikari, are you? No, you're Cole. Holy heck. Is this a shell? Jeez. Oh my gosh. These are early ones. Wait. Iki? It's gotta be Iki. Right, now you know. Okay.
一揆
Iki. Yeah, Iki.
男
Koko. Here we go. So Tariru is to be insufficient. Oh no, not to be insufficient. To be sufficient. To be enough. Intransitive. Me wanna flip the table. Whoops. Honky here. Ooh. Da? No. Soku. Yeah, Soku. Fusoku. Shortage
不足
or insufficient or not enough. Oh, I think I added not enough as opposed to shortage and insufficient. I think this is still Kai.
貝
村
Um,
車内
Anai,
花火
Hanabi,
本気
Honki,
赤い
Akai,
足りる
Ariru, Murabito,
村人
Akachan, Miseru. Oh, Miseru is to show. Please.
見せる
Miseru. Fireworks. Back to you. Oop. Oh my goodness, that's he. Sucks when you miss a kanji because of lapse of judgment. Not because you don't know it.
赤ちゃん
Akachan.
花
Anna. Yeah, it's not like I didn't know it.
車
Uma. I thought I could restrict it to just vocabulary. That's yeah. I'm definitely over not double checking. So many unnecessary. Especially when it comes to synonyms. Every time you have to adjust for synonyms because they didn't adjust for synonyms, so they didn't implement anything for synonym catching. Jeez. All right. Or harmonics. Nothing for today. We cleared all of it. I think it was like some 300. We were really close. Shy of 300 review. All right, let's do harmonics. These are kind of still a little bit rusty, I guess. Tombstone, piss, beans, alcohol, landslide, geoduck, music, dynamite, six stairs, bundle, turkey, fault, sell, Chinese. No, that wasn't too bad. Are these? Oh, we're on our third iteration, so let's just do reads now, right? Ko. Ko. Si. Ko. Oops. Right? Ko. Ko. In. Two. Two. And. A. Un. Tai. No. Yo. Yo. Ka. San. hip, go, na, then, yoko, cho, shin, sai, you, bun, and mon. Alright, let's do these. Welcome to Trigger Town. Let's rationalize all these. Us. Oh, Taskaru. Taskaru is to be helped. And then Taskeru is to help. So in trans. And this is trans. Now it's just repetition. No mnemonics with that. This was a typo. Shou xia. Winner. It was horse and squid. Oh, which one's squid? It's this. Okay. So yeah, she and scan. Which is examination, but it is also investigation and or experiment. Or blocking it off with synonyms. Okay. Again, one of the weakest aspects of WaniKani, which is not grouping or providing mnemonics consistently with related predicates. This is to exchange. In this case, I'm blocking it off because it also means to return or exchange, like a return to exchange something. Huh? Oh. Which is related to return. And then we have Soko. It's there. Nothing about that. Have another transitive intransitive issue again. This is to this side something. This is trans. And Imadu might be the one. So Kimaru is in trans. I think. I'm not gonna really check it. Let's see. We have another one, right? This time is Sku. And this is to be attached. Which is in trans. Nothing to help you with that either. No tooltip, so we have to actually click on this to be attached. And I'm adding to attach that one. That's a little bit. I think I'm probably going to end up doing that to all of them. Have to negotiate it regardless. Not context, no context. I think indirectly this will be alleviated with context sentences. So sooner or later we'll have soon we'll have context sentences. This can really alleviate some of the problems. Just a read choice. Ariki. Ariki. Typo. Akari. Huh? Before. This was unfortunate. Skin for heat. Onyomi heat. This is inexcusable. Inexcusable. Ooh. Ew. Whoops. Jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. Holiday. Also rest day. Okay. That's it for today. Too much discussion. All right. Okay. We finally got to the end. What is it gonna look like tomorrow? It's pretty spread out tomorrow. Look at that spread. What the heck is with Tuesday? I mean Thursday. Oh, it's because I need to push things. Yeah. Need to push things. We're getting close to the burn situation, right? Yeah, we're getting close. Why is this 67? Oh, because I made the same typo in interpretation twice in a row. Okay. Oh wait, there's still more actually. So we do have stuff that I did get correct, but not great. So let's go over those too. Gotta do our due diligence here. So occurrence and answer. Answer. Something like this. I think I might have missed a stroke. G. Oh, wait. Occurrence. It's not this one. Because this is toll. Kai? Kaito? Answer? Yeah. Oh, what else we got? Thing, matter, and truth. Thing, matter, and truth is... Truth. This is G. Jijitsu. Truth. Facts. Or fact. Then we have reflect and nu, which is to be... It's utsuru. Whoops. So utsuru could be reflected. Then help. English. Attach plus near. Nope. Attach plus near. That's neighborhood. And it's skiing, right? Neighborhood. Okay. Heaven use. That gave me pause for angel. Hmm, 10. Oh, because we stopped at 10 chi. I next. I. It's I? And then next. Okay. It's probably the read. Meh. Oh yeah. Mokji. Mokji. Oh no. Mok. Wait. Isn't it? Mokji. Why is this G? Oh yeah, that's yeah. G. Mokji. Mokuji. That's the problem there. Okay, what do we got? Attach and ku. We have 2 attach actually. Over here. Ku. So ku. That's good. Let's go. Oh wait! I already wrote this. It's to be attached. Fine. And then pass and do. Pass through. Oh yeah. This one gave me more trouble than I wanted. You leave something in the past. But what do you leave in the past? A saw? Oh, you're leaving when you see a saw. Alright, there it is. Okay. Yeah, then this today was rough chops. Rough chops. Alright, that's the end for WaniKani in our Japanese session for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. So as always, feel free to follow along or even listen, you know, drop some hot takes. We always like rationalizing hot takes and discussing hot takes. Always feel free and be ready to discuss. Until next time, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I'll be back after a quick break for Hazuhiro. Thank you.